I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Our first item is the consent agenda, and I've been asked to pull item 18F. So this is a list of items.
And 15Q.
And 15-2. Q.
15Q.
Q. Thank you. So this is a list of items all intended to be taken in one motion, but the board is happy to pull any of them for individual discussion if anyone chooses. So are there requests for any of the other consent agenda items to be pulled and discussed other than the ones already mentioned?
I have none.
I see no requests.
Do we have a motion for the remaining?
Move approval remaining items.
And I'll second.
It's moved and seconded to approve the remaining consent agenda items. Roll call, please.
Gore?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Gustafson?
Yes.
Weigand?
Weigand, yes. And then 15Q.
We're going to move that to the February 9th agenda.
Oh, okay.
We're just removing that from the
Thank you.
agenda.
There was a late application, I guess,
Got it.
so
Thanks.
do it our next meeting.
Okay, and then item 18F is the 2021 board and commission assignments. And Jim, you requested that pull. Do you want to start with that?
Yes, thank you. This is regarding the SMD Sewer Maintenance District 1 and Lincoln 2x2. 2 members of the Board of Supervisors, 2 members from the City of Lincoln. I've got some historical information if you can put it up on the board. And you've got you should have the information there for you. You can see that the history of the sewer user fees in SMD1, knowing that the county needed to upgrade the plant. That's right. There you go.
This one?
Yeah. Over a series of years, we increased the sewer fees for the users in SMD1. These are the people that live in North Auburn area and in the Bowman area. So you can see in 2003, the rate was $51.50. 2004, it was raised again to $53. 2005, $54.60. Then a big jump in 2006 because we knew we had to upgrade this sewer maintenance district number 1 out on Jurger Road to almost $60. Then 2007 again, $67.84. And I remember that because I sent the letter out from the county explaining why we needed to raise these fees. And actually, we did a phone call. I had a robocall out to all the ratepayers, letting them know what we had to do. So 2008, it was $67.84. Now 2009, it went up to $82. And in 2011, well, let me just go further. We kept it to 82 to 2011. And then we had that long meeting out at the Community Development Resource Agency and the Planning Commission chambers that took about 8 hours. And the rate then was $82. In 2013, it was raised to $95.78, nearly $14 a month to finance the Midwestern Regional Sewer Project. Next slide, please. Again, December 2011. We were asked to direct staff to proceed with a regional solution for SMD1 compliance and return to the board no later than March 13th, 2012 with recommendations. Number 2, direct staff to return to your board December 13, 2011. This is December 6th. December 13, which was 2 weeks later, with a request to award the SMD1 wastewater treatment plant upgrade and expansion project to the lowest responsive bidder. Next slide. So the lowest responsible bidder was Overa at $48,300,000 to rebuild and expand the plant out on Jurger Road. Now, I didn't take that at face value. Overa had a little more than a year earlier had done the same at the Hangtown Creek treatment plant in Placerville. So I went with our county staff, Jim Durfee, the facilities director at the time, Dan Atkinson, Dave Atkinson, met with the mayor of Placerville, the city manager of Placerville, the public works manager of Placerville, and the plant manager of their Hangtown Creek sewer plant, which was on 7 acres. They were able to rebuild that plant and upgrade it by keeping the old plant active until it was completed. And it was very successful. They even got an award from the Civil Engineers Society about how well that was done. So now we move to the next slide. And again, you can see the action on where am I here? May 7th, 2013. And this is where the board made the approval to do the regional sewer project. And I quote, conduct a public hearing to receive comments and consider protests regarding increasing the monthly maintenance and operation fee in Sewer Maintenance District 1 and County Service Area Zone 28 from $82 to $95.78 to finance the Midwestern Regional Sewer Project. So the Board of Supervisors on a 3-2 vote decided to go ahead and do the regional project. And the next great thing they did was now the people in the SMD1 are paying the bill. But the board let the Lincoln to do the lead agency, and they built the pipeline. So the people that are paying for the project let Lincoln build the pipeline. And it was kind of a debacle. And if you look on this slide, it's not on the slide. If you look at the sheet that I had put on there, the final budget for the total capital charge for that project was nearly $78 million. And so it's really hasn't worked out very well for Lincoln, and now they're coming back and asking for more money. So my point is, I think it's imperative that when we have this 2x2 meeting, that the people that actually represent the people that are paying this bill be on the committee, on the 2x2 committee. And so that's, I just want to make people aware that that's what happened, and that's the history of it. And I think what we need to do is bring this back again and have a full explanation of how this thing all rolled out. Because I know we had meeting after meeting after meeting, and I have to say, I really did my homework, and I just have been upset about this regional project ever since, and it's been kind of a debacle. Now Lincoln's coming back for more money. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So Jim, if I could ask a question too, the issue is the committee assignments for the board.
Right.
So are you recommending having some kind of workshop brought back before we make that appointment?
Yes.
Or are you requesting a change in the makeup of the committee that's on the agenda?
Well, the issue I have, since the ratepayers that I represent are paying for this, and since the board now just gave the city of Lincoln $10 million, I think enough is enough. I didn't support that either. And now I think I would prefer to have Supervisor Gustafson and I sit on that 2x2, since we actually represent the people that are paying the bill. Now, I know Supervisor Gustafson is very busy. I don't know if that'll work or not, but I think before we move forward, we just need a better understanding. And because I lived it, you lived it, we knew how this rolled out, but I think it's for the board to understand how this all rolled out. To bring back some more information, we have Kevin Bell, who was involved in it, Dave Atkinson was involved in it, and just bring it back so they have a complete understanding of all the series of meetings we went through until we got to this point.
And so, Todd, I know that City of Lincoln, so first of all, in accordance with the agreement that was done almost 10 years ago now, that the board approved, it requires that we create this committee to move forward. The basic concept was that these assets are considered to be 30 or 40-year assets, wastewater treatment plants and/or components thereof, like a pipeline in this case. So the committee's purpose was to deal with after the first 5 years of operation, because Lincoln offered the county a certain deal during those first 5 years with known rates that could potentially go up only by inflation. But I do know that staff has contacted you, and I've had one conversation with one of the council members about discussing some details, and there might be some bigger differences. Point of all of that is there any time frame that you're aware of that drives when we should make this decision on this one committee?
There isn't a specific time frame. I know the city of Lincoln has reached out and would like to start having these conversations. Initially the agreement that was struck allowed for either a JPA to be formed. I think at this point, because it's just the city and the county involved, we thought that a 2x2 relationship between the city and the county to kind of get together and talk about these issues makes the most sense. But a more formalized structure could be put in place as well. So, but there isn't a time frame. If you would like, staff, they can definitely come back and give a much more in-depth view. I mean, Supervisor Holmes kind of articulated it fairly well, but I think there's probably some nuances there, and potentially we have been working with their staff for a number of months, and actually I shouldn't say a number of years. I think this has been going on for over a year and a half, see if we can start working on what does the next iteration of this agreement look like, because it was kind of a 5-year kind of starting out point. So I'm happy to bring back staff to have the conversation if you'd like to do that, but there isn't a time certain.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, so I want to also, it's known that Jim and I had a difference of opinion on this issue on a vote that was taken almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So before we before I vote on the committee assignments, but we don't have to do it today because I actually agree with you that a workshop would be by far the best thing for us to do as a starting point. But I think understanding your intention on serving on this committee is critical, because we can't turn back the clock.
Oh, I know.
The vote has been taken and we're on a particular path. And so I want to provide for my colleagues and the public some additional information, because one of the things you did was refer to this not long ago as a colossal mistake.
Mm-hmm.
So let me provide some context by which this went forward, because I was a strong proponent of really scrutinizing and leaning towards regional if it was all possible. But that was as a result of encouragement from the executive director of the Sacramento Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, Pamela Cretin. She's now retired, and a lot of research that I did also. And I actually brought some of that today. But when I first came to the board in 1993, Auburn Journal covered exhaustively an article about how City of Auburn had a wastewater treatment spill that caused massive fish kills. So everybody was looking at the difficulty of complying with new state and federal regulation on these kinds of things. That was a big part of what was going on at the board. I sat through the approval of 2 contracts to upgrade SMD1 to take ammonia out of our discharge, because there was a new state regulation to do that. The first time we did it, we put like $5 million into it. It didn't work. We had to put another $5 million in to meet the new standard. We then launched into having conversations about regionalizing all of the county's wastewater treatment plants. And in 1998, Facility Services, then led by Larry Otto, had a study commissioned which looked at that very thing, and it presented a template for actually what has now happened, which is the closure of all of these small foothill plants, SMD1, SMD3, SMD2, Applegate, that have been in the county's jurisdiction, and they now all have their wastewater treated at these large valley floor, more regional facilities. And I don't dispute a lot of what you said, except that the context that needs to be considered is that in rate increases in SMD1, going back to 1996, and these are the kinds of things that, Todd, I want staff to vet and bring forward and bring back some more thorough perspective on, because it's critically important as we go forward. But SMD rates in 1996, according to my data, if this is accurate, I want staff to vet it, were $25 per month. It's also important to know that there are essentially two rates, and Cindy would understand this well because she used to be in the business, but there's a hookup connection fee for the capital cost coverage, and there's a monthly rate for treating the wastewater. So rates at SMD1 went up in 1997, they went up in 1999, they went up in 2000, they went up in 2001, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006, 2007, and then the rates in 2009 and 10 that Jim referred to. The goal of regional was multifaceted. It's actually etched in our general plan where it says we should encourage regionalization when we can, and also emphasize the use of reclaiming that wastewater component for a range of reasons. And again, as I mentioned, we've done all that. But it's important to note that even though we had those rate increases, they have been stable since that last rate increase for over 10 years. They haven't gone up a penny.
Since 2013. May 2013. Sorry, that's close. That's close. Almost 10 years.
2012, the rate increase was adopted. And before that, I just mentioned what the rate increases were. So I think what we should do is put this in abeyance. I think in terms of consideration as we move forward that my preference would be that Cindy and I serve on it because I represent all of Lincoln. But if I don't serve on it, I think Cindy and somebody else should serve on it besides you and me. Either than you and I, who don't take the energy and bias as it related to a vote that was made almost 10 years ago forward, so we can get on with resolving the relationship with the city of Lincoln and make this thing a much better management scheme. But with that, at the earliest possible convenience, what I would like is facility service to come back and vet all this information. I'll have a list of questions that I take forward to them also, and then we can look at how we can move forward most constructively to make sure that we make this work as best as possible for all of the interested parties. So if that's acceptable to everybody, I'm good with that. And we need concurrence on that, but we also need to approve our other committees if that's acceptable to everyone.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to, oh, wait, I have a proposed motion when you're ready.
Sure. Well, let me hear comments first, too. So Cindy, we'll start with you.
Sure. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to maybe be vetted for another committee assignment, which I had tried to avoid last month when we discussed this, our last meeting. I think the history that both of you bring and the perspectives both of you bring is invaluable, and I really appreciate a workshop. Then the board can give full direction, and then the committee will have direction from the full Board of Supervisors. And I think it is important that those who are paying the bill are represented. I also think it's important to recognize the intensity of the dialogue that occurred then and the direction that went forward and how we move forward positively. So I concur with the idea of postponing this committee assignment, moving to a workshop format, because I think it's going to take a workshop. I think when we sit up here, it's hard to dive into the level of detail necessary. From what I understand, if it took you 8 hours the first go-round, 3 of us weren't there.
Right.
And we need to understand really the background history and then options for moving forward in a positive manner. So I'm concurring with both of you.
Oh,
And Bonnie, then Jim.
I'll just weigh in, and I think a workshop is a good idea. Happy to do that. We can, as a board, give direction to the committee moving forward, so it's good with me. Good suggestion.
So, if Supervisor Gussis is unable to serve on this, then I think the best option would be for you and I, because we both have different perspectives on this. My big concern is the audit from the auditor of the state of California, which was put out in March of 2019 about financial mismanagement, insufficient accountability, and lax oversight threaten the city's stability. And I'm just concerned that they're gonna come back and want more money. And so that's why they need to be held accountable.
I agree with that. And Karen's going to give us a flavor of emotion, then we need to open up to the public.
Right. One point of clarification. The agreement actually doesn't require you to form a committee or form a JPA. The JPA was a suggestion of Lincoln, actually, to form a JPA and then discuss the issues. And that's not required by this agreement. So through this workshop, I suspect facilities management can set out various options for the board to consider as to how to proceed with the discussion about the issues.
Good point, good background, appreciate that. And just add a little bit more that there was a JPA in place that at one time included Auburn, SMD1,
Right.
Nevada County, the city of Lincoln. And it was in place to study the potential for regionalization. Mm-hmm. And in those conversations, there was also discussion about a broad-based regional JPA for all of wastewater in South Placer, so that might be something that staff could at least take a look at. We have something like this in place as it relates to Roseville, because Roseville treats a lot of the county wastewater in other places also, but that's a good point. Okay.
I have
So
one
with
more.
that, I'll move approval of the rest of the committee assignments.
Okay.
But you had something else, I'm sorry.
Well, yes, when you were involved in those discussions, we had Congressman Doolittle was involved, and he wanted to see that happen. And that was back in the day when there were earmarks. And I don't know whether, I wasn't involved in those discussions, but I believe that if we had moved forward while Congressman Doolittle was still in office, that we could have got a pretty substantial earmark to meet what the goal was for the Placer, Nevada Wastewater Authority.
That actually brings up something that if I could, were you finished? I didn't want to
Yeah,
interrupt.
I'm done.
I'd like staff to also review the first time I met Rich Gold, our federal advocate, we had a conversation about how they could help as it related to funding regionalization. Then in my conversation was specific to closing down SMD1 because it was our biggest headache, in my opinion. I believe we were allocated, earmarked $25 million. I know that it was as high as $10 million because I have records of it being as high as $10 million. Staff preferred a lot of that money, I think most of that money, going to other regional efforts like SMD 2 and 3, which benefited Granite Bay ratepayers, but not Jim's constituents. And I don't know the background and history as to what were the pulse points by staff at that time, different staff. But Dave and Kevin might surely know that dollar amount and why staff had those preferences. But I'd like to know that.
Okay.
So I'll move again to approve the rest of the committee assignments.
You first want to hear from the public?
Oh,
Make any public comment?
yes.
We can
Sorry,
take the
we
motion,
pulled
we can
this.
take a motion and a second if there's a second, and then we could hear public comments.
Second.
Thank you.
Moved and seconded to adopt the committee assignments short of the one just discussed. So are there any comments from the public?
I see no public comment, Chairman.
Okay, we have a motion, Gustafson, second Holmes, all those, I'm learning. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So next is public comment. This is the time when anyone from the public can address the board on something that is not on today's agenda. keeping in mind that we can take no action. So if there is, please step forward if you're here, and/or Megan will help with calls in.
Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Ellie Waller.
Go ahead, Ellie.
Okay, Ellie Waller, Tahoe is my backyard. I want to thank all that applied for the at-large seat west of the Sierra Crest. With that said, I am disappointed and disillusioned that the Board of Supervisors chose to ignore the significant public outreach and support for Wayne Nader, as well as another candidate declining to go forward supporting Wayne's appointment. I was taken aback by Commissioner Wygant's choice with the explanation that wildfire interface protections and Commissioner Johnson's background in that arena being the prevailing reason. Be reminded, Commissioner Johnson was one of the 2 yes votes for Martis Valley West project, which was clearly in a poor location and steep canyon, one way in and out with the secondary emergency evacuation into Tahoe. I want to state, Wayne served on Placer County Consolidated Fire District Board for 5 years. As president of the Placer County Fire District Association, he brought together all the fire agencies to work through tensions between the fire districts. Jim Holmes asked him to apply for the North Auburn Fire Safety Council. Also, Wayne was served as the hazardous vegetation hearing body. Wayne's fire experience was omitted during open discussion and not considered with all his other accolades. Also, more disturbing was Commissioner Wygant's delivery of the decision. So we can move on. I will vote yes for Mr. Johnson. This statement was absurd. Mr. Wygant is always poised and seemed awkward as he rarely stumbles. Also, this ridiculous statement that new faces would be beneficial while most of the board has been in office for eons. The lack of decorum was also evident. The Board of Supervisors didn't even thank Wayne for his service. I'd like to thank Wayne for his dedicated service for many years and hope to see him in another position again soon. Be reminded, past errors in judgment do come into play in re-elections. Bruce Krantz didn't listen to over 200 constituents' request to deny the Tahoe Transit Center. Rocky Rockholm was brought in on a plane from vacation that sat at a Truckee airport until he could vote in favor of the Kings Beach Core Improvement Project. Research found that tail number and approximately $10,000 was spent with general fund dollars. And most recently, Suzanne Jones prevailed over Kurt Euler. I can only hope that as planning commissioners and Board of Supervisor members that you will begin to listen to the community. Lack of active listening and actually hearing those you represent has created a hostile environment with far too many lawsuits draining everyone's energy and resources. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Natalie Grand.
Go ahead, Natalie.
Good morning. My name is Natalie Grand, and I'm calling in to please ask that agenda item 10A be removed. And also, under section 11A, I would like the term nepotism to be read and discussed, as it is perceived that 2 board members of supervisors have vested interest. Thank you so much.
Just want to remind the people calling in that this time is for people making comments on items that are not on our agenda. If you wish to comment on something that is on the agenda, you'll have appropriate and adequate time to do that when we take that item up.
Well, and we'll be hearing that later. It's a department item. So 10A will be discussed as a department item later on.
Correct.
Kathleen, go ahead and turn on your video and unmute your mic and give your comments. Kathleen, we're unable to hear you. Judy Eisman, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Neither have icons.
They do. It's,
There. Yeah, like neither have icons.
Good morning. I hope that is, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. I wanted to, my name is Kathleen. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Kathleen, can you turn the audio off in the background?
There is no audio in my background.
Okay.
Sorry.
We can hear you now.
Do you need the video up like this, maybe? I don't know. At any rate, my name is Kathleen Crawford. I'm a citizen of Roseville. And I wanted to give the Health and Human Services Department a brave hand. Great. I wanted to, my name is Kathleen. Oh, I know what it's going on. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Yeah, Kathleen, can you turn the audio off in the background? There is no audio in my background.
the Granicus feed is just got two feeds.
Maybe this will be better, I'm not sure. I am commenting today to give good hand to the Health and Human Services for the mass vaccination center that they're holding at the grounds in Roseville. It is very well organized. It is working absolutely flawlessly. I know a number of people over the last 10 or 12 days who have been through, and the reports are all very, very positive. So although I have often been critical of the county's position on COVID-19 and the some of our differences in the application of county services on this, I do want to stress that the Health and Human Services Department has done a very good job and is greatly appreciated in the community for how they are handling this. So for once, I can call in with a very positive statement, and I'm happy to do that. And I apologize for the problem. I had actually two computer screens up, and that was what the audio was. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Judy, go ahead and give your comments. Judy, we're unable to hear you.
We're not gonna be able to fix her.
I'm sorry, Judy. Unfortunately, we're unable to hear you.
That's all. Then, Megan? Okay, that completes public comment. I am compelled to make one statement, and that is that Rocky Rockham, who was the supervisor mentioned in one of the comments, actually paid for that plane trip out of his own personal pocket. And so I think it's important that the public understands that, knows that. Next on our item is board member and county exec reports. Are there any board members who have reports and or county exec? Todd?
All right. Yes, supervisors, so as we continue to work through our COVID response, one of the efforts that we've really had and a concerted effort is around vaccinations and kind of the distribution and related to that. I have Rob Oldham here, our Health and Human Services Director, as well as serving as our acting public health officer. I wanted to give a quick update, let him share a little about vaccines, our distribution model, and any related near-term things that have come up recently. So, Rob, I'll turn it over to you for a few minutes.
Great. Thanks, Todd. Thanks, Chair Wigan, members of the board. Rob Oldham with Health and Human Services. Here this morning to provide your board with an interim update since our last monthly HHS COVID update at your January 12th board meeting. Looking back, actually a lot has happened in the last 2 weeks since January 12th. So just a couple of hours after presenting to your board on the 12th, I got a call from the California Department of Public Health saying that Secretary Galley was minutes away from announcing that the greater Sacramento region was coming off of the regional stay-at-home order effective immediately. Many people had been asking us for weeks about when and how the regional stay-at-home order might end. We were unable to get answers to these questions and had no indication that this announcement was coming or exactly why. But I gladly shared this information, which I believe was announced in our board meeting that was still in session. When Secretary Galley did not make such an announcement at his press conference, as we were told he would, we all sweated it for a few hours, but fortunately the news we'd all been waiting for came in a tweet from the governor later that evening. Some people have noticed a few more gray hairs and wrinkles from us at HHS than maybe we had a few months ago. Continuing the week, the update from right after our board meeting, our last board meeting, less than 24 hours later, the governor made another unexpected tweet. Following the lead of our outgoing federal HHS secretary, the governor directed counties and providers to expand our COVID vaccine eligibility to people 65 and older. And so this directive came in the context of perceptions that there were large quantities of vaccine sitting unused in county and provider freezers, and that a large federal stockpile of second doses would be coming soon. And also with the surge of people, mostly people who were over age 65 with severe COVID-related illnesses that were overwhelming our hospitals. So at the time, we were only vaccinating individuals in phase 1A, that being healthcare workers and residents of long-term care facilities. So besides being completely taken off guard by this pretty profound and last-minute deviation from the months of planning for such a large logistical undertaking, we also had concerns that this move effectively prioritized people aged 65 and older, a group estimated to include about 80,000 Placer residents, over much smaller employment-based groups in phase 1B, Tier 1, that would include law enforcement, educators, etc. And we had previously planned on quickly vaccinating these groups after we finished vaccinating people in 1A, which we were estimating would occur in late January. However, at the time of the governor's announcement, we were seeing more and more of our phase 1A appointments going unused, and we had plenty of capacity to vaccinate more people, and we're told that we were about to see a significant increase in our vaccine allocation from the federal stockpile. So on January 14th, Placer followed federal and state guidance and opened up eligibility to residents 65 and older at our county-run clinic at the grounds in Roseville and at Safeway stores from Lincoln to Kings Beach. So for Placer, the biggest challenge with this move, again, has been that it's expanded the pool of eligible residents to over 80,000 people, even though the weekly dose allocations Placer has received from the state have remained flat or even dropped. So at this rate, we will have nowhere near enough vaccine to finish this priority group anytime soon. And then compounding this challenge was an instruction from the California Department of Public Health for counties to use our allocated second doses as first doses in order to accelerate the pace of vaccination in anticipation of the release of second doses from the federal stockpile, which has subsequently been determined to not actually exist. Complicating things further, Placer was then instructed to temporarily hold 2,900 of the second doses that we were planning on using as first doses at our vaccine clinic at the grounds last week due to concerns that this lot of Moderna vaccine might be associated with increased risk of allergic reactions. And then our vaccine shipment arrived a day late. So again, we were sweating it there for a while, but we were able to avoid canceling any clinics last week by quickly scrambling to borrow vaccine from our wonderful hospital partners to whom we're very grateful. By the way, that lot of Moderna vaccine in question has subsequently been okayed for use again, as the investigation of the concerns did not reveal an increased risk. And with the news that there is no such thing as a federal stockpile of second doses, we're no longer using our second doses as first doses to make sure that those who've received their first doses are not left in the lurch. Now that most of the mid-January smoke has cleared, I think it should now be clear to all that we are experiencing a vaccine gap, meaning our current capacity to administer vaccine far exceeds our supply. On average, Placer is receiving about 4,300 doses per week from the state, well under the 7,400 total doses that our county-run clinic at the grounds and our Safeway partners can currently administer in a week. When you add our other health providers who have already shown willingness and capacity to administer vaccine, we could quickly ramp up to have the capacity to administer around 20 to 25,000 doses per week. In addition, we continue to cultivate partnerships with other providers and pharmacies so we could scale up even more when our vaccine allocation increases. Despite all the changing guidance from the state and all the challenges I described with vaccine supply last week, Placer County Public Health and our partners have forged ahead, making the best we could of the situation to serve as many Placer residents as possible and offering as positive an experience as possible to our residents. I'm very proud to share that last week at the grounds, we vaccinated 4,000 people in only 4 days. If I may, please let me take a minute to share a little more about our clinic at the grounds. I think some of you have been able to tour and some have tours scheduled in the near future. I'm really proud of this clinic and the staff who run it. The clinic is open to phase 1A groups as well as now to residents 65 and older, and can handle between 900 and 1,000 vaccinations per day, depending, of course, on vaccine availability. I want to thank our mission-minded public health staff, extra help nurses, and support staff for providing excellent customer service to our residents, as well as the staff at the grounds for allowing us to make use of their location and supporting our daily operations. You can probably begin to imagine how challenging it can be managing all the logistical, medical, and human factors that go into running such a large and important clinic. And yet, I'm getting several messages every day from residents telling me how professional the operation is and what a great experience they've had. Exceeding the expectations of our residents is what we're all about in HHS. We often find ourselves in positions where we have to be bearers of bad or disappointing news. We are so glad that the public is now able to see the commitment and competence of our HHS team firsthand. I would especially like to thank Mike Romero, Benita Heston, Chris Hazen, Beth Friend, Sarah Hagan, Cassie Call, Meg Dorsey, and many others who unfortunately I just don't have the time to mention for their leadership in designing and operating such a well-run clinic. In the interest of continuing to offer the best experience to all of our residents at our clinic, please let me offer the public a few suggestions. First, please confirm the date of your appointment. We arrange to have just enough vaccine for those with an appointment scheduled for a particular day. We can't give vaccine to people who accidentally arrive on the wrong day because we would risk not having enough for those who arrived on the correct day. Also, we understand that people who receive an appointment are eager to get their shots and sometimes arrive hours before their scheduled time slot. We want to encourage people to please arrive just a few minutes before the time of their appointment to help minimize lines and improve everyone's experience. There's no benefit to anyone for those who arrive early. If you have an appointment for that day, you will receive a vaccine. Because of the ongoing vaccine gap, Safeway pharmacies offering vaccine in Placer County will now prioritize and focus almost exclusively on those 75 and older. And while our public health clinic can administer up to 1,000 doses per day, we may offer fewer doses than that if weekly allotments from the state are scaled back. While there are many frustrating challenges with vaccine allocation and prioritization, I remain very grateful that we now have vaccines available, which, although developed in record time, continues to demonstrate in the real world that they are safe, effective, and well tolerated by the vast majority of people receiving them. In addition to feeling grateful to have safe and effective vaccines for COVID, I'm also very glad to be able to report that we're observing slight improvements in key COVID metrics. While case rates and testing positivity continues to point to widespread community transmission, these metrics have both declined slightly over the past week. Hospitalizations have also dipped from the high of over 200 in late December and early January and are closer to levels observed in early December. We're closely monitoring COVID-related deaths in January and hoping they do not exceed the nearly 80 COVID-related deaths in December, which have far exceeded other months. Now that Placer is no longer under the stay-at-home order, the county is back under the state's blueprint framework. Placer is solidly in the most restrictive purple tier, with case rates and testing positivity well above thresholds needed to move to the next less restrictive red tier. People are always asking me, when do you think we'll move to the red tier? It's probably premature to speculate about this, especially with the fast-spreading B117 variant gaining ground and potentially showing up here soon. But I remain hopeful. I see lots of people taking COVID seriously by masking up, keeping their distance, and minimizing gatherings. Besides supporting one another and stopping the spread of the virus, we can also support each other in stopping the spread of misinformation. This is our first pandemic with social media. Well, I guess there was some social media during H1N1, but it was still in its infancy. I don't really recall getting much information about H1N1 from MySpace. With this pandemic, we're seeing what an invaluable tool social media can be to help get out the important information. But social media can also quickly spread misinformation. And we have seen how even factually correct information, when presented without the necessary context, can inadvertently confuse people and even lead to serious harm to individuals and to public health. I'm very proud of our HHS public information team that basically consists of the very talented Katie Combs-Pritchard and Raul Martinez, with occasional assist from me, Mike Romero, Chris Gray Garcia, and others. This group has lots of experience with communicating complex and sometimes controversial health-related messages to diverse audiences using a wide variety of media. We're very fortunate to have this team working for Placer County. Before I send a communication or give a presentation to a large group, I have the luxury of running things by this great team who checks my facts, but also considers things like whether the message is presented in the best way for a particular audience. I often regret it when I don't run a message by this group, and I sort of wish everyone had the luxury of our team to give feedback on their messages. I think we might have a much more elevated and civic public discourse if we did. But it probably wouldn't be wise for me to offer our public information team as a resource to the general public. Plus, we'd need a much bigger team to serve this function for the whole county. But I do think that it is important during this pandemic for the public to have trusted sources of health-related information. For many people, one important trusted source is our public officials. As I told Roseville City Council when I provided them with HHS COVID updates last week, while HHS is part of Placer County's government, we are the health department for all of Placer County, including for other governmental entities like cities, school districts, and law enforcement. We're happy to work with any public officials to help check facts and assure messaging has appropriate context before health-related information is shared with the public. Before I take your questions, I'll conclude with a brief story. Last night I went swimming, one way I found to let off some steam at the end of long days. I started to get into the lane that I routinely reserve when a teenager in the lane next to me kindly and very respectfully said, "Excuse me, sir, would you mind using the lane over there? I don't think anyone's using it. I mean, with COVID and everything." I was very impressed. I thanked him for the great idea, but I was also thankful that he reminded me of an important fact, that all of us need to help each other out to help keep COVID from spreading and to cover up our blind spots. None of us are perfect or all-knowing. And it seems like with COVID, as soon as we start to think we're getting the hang of something, the rules change or what we know about the virus changes. Things that seem like they should be so, that appear to be so, sometimes aren't. This work can be very frustrating and humbling, but that doesn't mean we should give up. We must keep trying to do our best to learn, to share what we know or think we know, to give and accept feedback and to adjust. This is how we'll make it through this pandemic together and how we'll build a healthier Placer together after this terrible pandemic is over. By the way, this morning, the California Department of Public Health scheduled a meeting with local health departments to share some new information about vaccine allocations that reportedly the governor will announce in his press conference today. So I think we can expect additional changes to the phases and tiers to be fleshed out by the state today. Actually, that meeting is happening right now, so I don't know exactly what those changes may be, but I think we're all getting used to just buckling our seatbelts and holding on tight. Thanks again for the opportunity, and I believe Mike Romero is on the Zoom with me to answer any questions you may have. Thanks.
Thanks, Rob. And on behalf of everybody in Placer County, personally, I want to thank you and your staff for doing some extraordinary work. I'm really impressed with Michael Romero's energy. I wish I knew where he got it all, but a quick story. A friend of mine has a mother who's being vaccinated this morning. She has special needs. She's elderly, suffers from dementia, and you guys were just unbelievable in being willing to help out. And so I would encourage anybody in the county to contact us and or you folks for those kinds of issues if you need them. But with that, I'm going to open it up to my colleagues, and Bonnie first, and Cindy.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Oldham, for the update. First of all, thank you for a little bit of the sense of humor. It helps to have in your role, and so I appreciate that. And of course, thank you for all your work. I do want to reiterate that I have heard from a number of residents who have applauded the efforts of your staff at the grounds and the vaccine clinic that Kathleen Crawford mentioned earlier during public comment. Your team are doing an excellent job, so thank you. And thank you also for the tips about don't show up 3 hours early and show up on the date that is scheduled, and because we don't have enough vaccine. We're making sure we get it out. So appreciate those additional messages. Just one quick question. We've had a number of teachers reach out, and we don't have as much vaccine right now as we would like to have. More is forthcoming. But could you address, teachers are wanting it. Could you address that and just give a sense of where we're at with the vaccine and how we might help teachers? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Supervisor Gore. And this is one of the challenging things with the the announcement of opening up to people 65 and older, which I think is a sound idea from a public health perspective. Those are the folks 65 and older who are most at risk for experiencing severe illness from COVID. But that's one of the downsides of that move was, like I said, we really don't even have enough vaccine to make a dent in that population. It's going to take a long time. And so figuring out for other groups, teachers and law enforcement and other essential workers who are, have maybe more exposures than some of our older adults. And so balancing that, there's kind of the balancing the risk of you want to vaccinate people to avoid severe illness, which I think is primarily the reason behind the move. But also, for instance, like with healthcare workers, the idea was we wanted to vaccinate people who had increased risk and who are part of our critical infrastructure. So I don't think actually the state has really clarified what the counties are to do, and we've been left in a little bit of limbo to figure this out. I do think that perhaps the announcement I mentioned today from the governor that they're actually having a meeting about right now will help to address this. For all along, even with 1A, we talked about the vaccine allocation being like a freeway with multiple lanes moving at different speeds, and so I could see potentially. Again, I don't know what's coming, quite frankly, from the governor today. But it sounds like initially we were getting the word that they would move just towards an age-based allocation, to keep things really simple. And lots of officials from the state were really signaling that was going to happen, and it didn't happen. And so we'll see whether they move towards age-based to just say, let's simplify this and say really age is the primary criteria for vaccine allocation, or whether it will be a hybrid model that includes age but also risk of exposure and how critical certain occupations are to our infrastructure, including teachers, right? We really want to keep our schools open. We've been very fortunate in Placer County to have our schools open, and for the most part haven't seen widespread spread of COVID related to school participation. So we want to keep that going, and certainly appreciate the desire of our educators to get vaccinated. So I guess more to come on that.
Cindy.
Thanks, Rob. And I hats off to your team. I know this has been a moving target since last March, and everybody's been working unbelievable hours and trying to adapt. And I think a lot of our emphasis from my office and from those of us up here is trying to support you in whatever way we can to help distribute that information. I find every time I put out a newsletter or try to augment your messaging, I get a lot of kudos, but then it changes within an hour or two from the time I hit send to the time it's delivered, and then and so I can't even imagine what your team is going through. So I want to kudos to you. I had a couple questions. One is, when you say we are receiving 4,300 doses a week approximately, that's first doses or
Hey
first?
there, how's it going?
First and...
I'm fine. I'm still listening to the board meeting, so.
Obviously not listening to the board meeting, or you would have known that I was talking. Anyway, first and second doses, or is that just first doses? Or
Yeah, thanks. And we've been really up until, like I said, just last week, been trying to keep the first and second doses separate. And so I think that's referring to first doses. I'm sorry, the 4,300 refers to both first and second doses at this point.
And so then
and
you...
by the way, I think...
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. I was going to say Mike Romero, I believe, is also on. And so I don't know if Mike, if you're able to join in and confirm that, but I believe that's correct, that it's both first and second doses and the average of 4,300 a week. He's giving me the okay sign, so yeah.
Okay. So I think that just helps, again, with a sense of reality for how long this is going to take when we have 80,000 people over the age of 65 in our county. And I think it is so important. I know how anxious we all are, even those of us who aren't quite at that level to be in there yet, wanting to get in line to get the vaccine as well. So trying to help educate folks that that 4,300, some of those you're reserving to make sure we have second doses for those individuals when their time is due. The second question I have is approximately, best guess, how many Placer County residents have been vaccinated? Do we have an idea?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have that. Well, so I know we can share generally how many we've vaccinated, both through our Placer County clinics, Placer County Clinic, and through Safeway. And actually, but the challenge is with, there are other people receiving vaccines. So we have, for instance, Chapaday through Indian Health is getting some vaccine. The big one is our our hospitals are known as multi-county entities. So it's we don't have great visibility into exactly what that how many they've vaccinated. And then the federal partnership, CVS and Walgreens, have vaccine that's directly allocated to them in order to vaccinate our long-term care facilities. So it's complicated. We can give kind of a piece of the picture, but not the full picture. Mike, do you have anything else you'd like to add on that?
Sure. Just to give a perspective, roughly what we've administered ourselves as of today's Tuesday, we've probably administered nearly 10,000 doses ourselves. Safeway has done probably around 2,500 doses since the last update I have for them. But as Rob said, it's more complicated to get first dose updates from the hospitals. Their systems are system-wide, right? So it's sometimes harder to get a local picture. And of course, the hospitals are well into their second doses as well. So we don't have the clearest picture of where they're at. And we're working on ways. In fact, the state is working on a new system that will help with allocation, better help with tracking, as again they're struggling with reporting local and then statewide pictures as well.
Well, I thank you very much. I understood that you didn't have the exact answer to that question, but again, trying to put it in context for our public so that they don't feel they're the last ones to get it. And that was some of the frustration I was hearing from constituents, is feeling like everybody's gotten it except me. And I'm saying, no. Very few have gotten it, actually, in comparison with the proportion of our population, and it is going to take time. And I think, trying to ask people to be patient when, it's life and death for some. And so they're really very concerned. I wanted to just hats off again to the staff and visiting the vaccine clinic and seeing what you're doing and talking to the public who were so grateful for the efforts and the precision at which it was managed over at the grounds, how well we're doing. Maybe it hasn't been as well done at some of our partners, but they're picking it up. We've never been through this before, and I think we have to remember that and try to get everybody's patience and understanding that we're getting through this the best we can. But you guys have worked around the clock answering questions from supervisors and supervisors' aides and constituents and helping us in so many ways. My final question was just the Tahoe Forest Hospital Clinic up at Sierra College. We've provided a little over 50% of the vaccine up there, and I just want to make sure our Placer County residents in Eastern Placer understand that they don't have to drive to Roseville. Placer County is providing a number of vaccines and shipping those up there, and it is being administered through Tahoe Forest, but it's because we're supplying them. I just want to make sure that that's really clear to our public as well, that that is a service, again, from our Health and Human Services Department that is so valuable so that people don't have to spend 2 hours driving down. Especially this week, doesn't look like a great week to drive over the summit to get a vaccination. So.
Yeah, thanks, Supervisor Gustafson, and I think it's really important to, those partnerships really help. And so a couple of points that brings up. One, the importance of partnerships, and so there are certain areas where it just doesn't make sense for us as the county to be administering the vaccine ourselves, and at Tahoe, we have very limited staff, actually don't really have any public health nurses up there, and so logistically, it's a lot easier for us to partner with, Safeway and Tahoe Forest than for us to run it ourselves. And so, yeah, but sometimes the public thinks, well, then Placer County has forgotten about us, and that's not the case. Like you said, we're really trying to support Tahoe Forest and our other partners as much as we can with allocating vaccines, providing other supports, whatever we need. So yes, I appreciate you pointing that out. Also pointing out that different counties are moving at different speeds. We have really large counties and really small counties. It's been in the end, I'm hoping that the vaccine allocations will kind of even out, but it has been difficult and challenging to understand exactly how vaccine is allocated. I think relative to even some large counties like Sacramento County, Placer's done relatively well. So I hate to complain too much, would always wish we had more vaccine, but some counties even larger than Placer, I can't quite understand their vaccine allocation. But some of the smaller counties have, they're moving at different rates through the different tiers, and I think that's okay. And even within our own county, right, we might have different areas that might move at slightly different rates or might have slightly different rules. I know some of the, you mentioned Tahoe Forest. I believe that Tahoe Forest and our hospital systems are currently vaccinating 75 and older and not really offering kind of the eligibility for 65 and older yet. They're going to, kind of move down the tiers in that direction. So some differences kind of across counties for sure in the groups that are being vaccinated, and but also even within the county, I think we can expect some differences between different providers and different geographies. But Mike, anything else you'd like to say about that?
I think that the best thing for residents to do is to go on our website to get updates on what phase or what tier, what the schedulers, how to access the schedulers, not just for HHS's clinic, but also Safeway and also Tahoe Forest and other partners. We're also partnering with 211 for information. 211 has a way that you can get, you can sign up to receive texts from them indicating updates on when schedules be open, things like that. My request is that everyone just remain patient. Our number one challenge is access to vaccine. I think what's exciting to imagine is we're fortunate to have two very large health systems in Sutter Health and Kaiser, and they plan on centralizing administration, which is important because it minimizes the disruption to their normal operations. That's something we understand very well. So once Kaiser and Sutter are able to set up shop and centralize, when the vaccine starts flowing, then the numbers will increase quite quickly in terms of the ability to do so. I mean, Kaiser thinks that they can do 9,000 doses a week if they can get the vaccine. And I'm sure Sutter is thinking about the same. So once that happens, I know we're trying to project, when are we going to finish? When will we be finished? I think if we can reach that 20 to 25,000 vaccinations per week capacity that Dr. Oldham described, then I think we're going to move quite well. And then, of course, that's for adults, right? And so, and then youth will follow once they've been approved to do so. So the hope is that the capacity is there, the expertise is there, and the partnerships are there. The patience is that the vaccine's not there. And there's so much information about first doses, second doses. Everyone wants to know when the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is coming, is going to come out, hoping that that's going to be a single dose. So lots of more questions than answers. So our request is be patient, go to our website. That's where we'll have all of our updates.
Well, thank you. And again, I want to thank you. The text messaging worked great for some elderly friends of mine who were able to get in once they got that text alert last Friday, and I really appreciate that. I again want to say that the Board of Supervisors in the county stands behind you, and if you need more resources, I know we can't make the vaccine, and apparently we can't buy it, but we stand here to give you whatever resources you need so that our residents can be vaccinated as quickly as possible. And I just keep trying to share that. It's the vaccine that we're lacking. It's not the manpower, the staff power, the woman power, the nurse power. We've got all that together, and you guys have done a tremendous job, so thank you.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor Gustafson, and we really appreciate the support. And I'll say, you know, we've been able to run this. We have all the. I think if you go in at the grounds, you recognize, you know, this is a first-class operation at a premier location. We've got great staff. We're able to actually our nursing recruitment. I've been really pleased with how many nurses have kind of stepped up and joined this, and probably had better pay in other clinical settings, but really were mission-minded and decided they wanted to be a part of this. And so, we've resources have not been the issue in getting everything set up. That may change in the future, but as of right now, it's really becoming more and more clear that it's really just the vaccine. So, but we really appreciate the support.
Suzanne?
Yes. Hi, Dr. Oldham. Thank you so much. A constituent contacted me, and she said she has a close friend who is a resident of a facility called Neuro Restorative. Apparently has some multiple neurological injuries. She says that several of the residents there have COVID, and they're not being contacted or anything about possibility of getting vaccinations. So I'm wondering if there's a procedure or a policy for treating residents of nursing homes, skilled care facilities, or facilities like Neuro Restorative. What can be done, and what should I tell my constituent?
Yeah, thanks, Supervisor Jones. And I think I'm not familiar with that facility in particular, so we'll do a little bit of research. But it sounds like it's a long-term care facility that would be served by the federal partnership, perhaps. So we'll investigate to see whether that's in the federal partnership with Walgreens and CVS, or whether there's another way to serve that facility. But yeah, reach out. We'll research that and get back with you.
Great, thank you.
Pleasure.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item?
I see no public comment.
Pardon? No? No? Okay, thanks. Thanks, Rob. Thanks again. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So if it's okay with my colleagues, I'm going to jump to item 2A because we have several people from the grand jury who are spending their time here, and I'm sure they find our meeting incredibly fascinating, but they may want to leave, so we have a proclamation for them, so I'm going to read that, and then I'll bring it down to you folks and give you a chance to address the board if you so choose. And I'll start with a thank you for your service. It is acknowledged and greatly appreciated here. But whereas every year in each of California's 58 counties, 19 ordinary citizens take an oath to voluntarily serve a one-year term as grand jurors. Whereas grand juries have been in existence since the adoption of California's original constitution in 1849-1850, whereas grand juries conduct their investigations under the auspices of the Superior Court of California and have broad access to public officials, employees, records, and information. One of the most important functions of a grand jury is to review the operations of the officers, departments, and agencies of local government. And whereas grand jurors are charged with investigating and reporting on local governmental operations to assure that their responsibilities are being fulfilled legally, efficiently, honestly, and in the best interest of the public, grand jurors serve as a watchdog authority and are well suited to the effective investigation of local governments because they are independent bodies, operationally separate from the entities and officials they investigate. And whereas the grand jury's fact-finding efforts result in reports that contain specific recommendations aimed at identifying problems and offering ways to improve government operations and enhance responsiveness, whereas the hard work done by grand jurors has a great effect on our communities and makes California a better place to live, and whereas the reward for being a grand juror is the satisfaction received from working with fellow residents, community members to improve local government for all. Whereas in 2009, Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger declared February to be California Grand Jury Awareness Month, and whereas it is appropriate to recognize the efforts of those jurors, both past and present, who have volunteered their time and service to the Placer County Grand Jury, therefore be it proclaimed that the above proclamation was duly passed by the Board of Supervisors, Placer County, on behalf of the citizens of Placer County, the regular meeting held January 26, 2021, proclaiming the month of February 2021 as Grand Jury Awareness Month. So if you'd like to come up to and address the board, we'd certainly appreciate hearing your comments, and then I'll bring down the proclamation.
Good morning to the board. My name is Walter Moore. I'm the foreperson for this year. In fact, this is my second year, and I'll term out this year as foreperson. And it's been an honor to serve the citizens of Placer. I think we've done some really good work, and I've had the pleasure of meeting most of or a number of folks that were either department heads or over agencies of the county, so we've enjoyed that opportunity. And thank you for the proclamation, and we appreciate the honor of that. If I could, one comment / statement. COVID has shown us that we've, in terms of our facility, that we have really had some difficulty in terms of our networking and our ability to interview online. And I think I mentioned this to Supervisor Gore in a conversation that we had, that if anything, we've worked with Jake Chatters on the court side, and also I think Gina Marin on the county side in terms of budget, trying to see if we can update our facility just a little bit in terms of networking and ability to interview online. So if that comes across your desk, or if that comes before the board, would you please do what you can to kind of give us just a little more access to, we've had a couple embarrassing incidents to where we've tried to interview someone online and it just didn't work. So if you could, or if you see something that could help us, we would appreciate that.
Thanks, thank you very much. Thank you for your service, and it just came across our desk, so.
I was hoping that would be effective. I think we were interviewing Supervisor Gustafson, and it just went blank. But we are looking, I think we've met most of you, and I think we're going to actually see Supervisor Jones in a couple weeks. So thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. And if you don't mind, I think we're, some of us have some meetings that we have to attend. So thank you very much for the honor. And hopefully the next foreperson will be just as pleased to receive this award.
Thank you all for your service.
Thank you. Now we will move to our 9:15 timed item, Community Development Resource Agency, Riolo Vineyard Specific Plan. So Nick, I think is...
You need a motion to approve the proclamation?
Oh, thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the proclamation. I'll second.
Motion Gore, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Karen. So Nick, we're ready for you.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Wigant, members of the board.
Good morning.
Nick Schaffer with the Planning Services Division. Here to present the Mason Trails subdivision, which is a project under the Riolo Vineyard Specific Plan. Your board is being asked to approve a rezone, development agreement, administrative modification, and tentative subdivision map for the project. The Planning Commission recommended approval of these entitlements at their hearing on December 10th, 2020. Next slide. Real Vineyard specific plan area is located in West Placer County in the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan Area and includes the Mason Trails property. The plan area is located north of PFE Road between Watt Avenue and Willerga Road. Dry Creek forms the northern boundary. Next slide. Just as a background on the specific plan, the specific plan was approved in 2009 and subsequently amended in 2015 to address land use and zoning modifications, covers a total of 525 acres, and ultimate development of 933 dwelling units over various phases, includes residential, open space, and recreational uses, as well as agricultural and commercial components. Since 2009, two of the subdivisions under the specific plan have been approved and are under construction. Mariposa, which is phase 1, will include 107 single-family residential lots. Phase 2, Glen Willow, will include 177 single-family residential lots. In addition to the Mason Trails project being presented today, staff are currently reviewing phase 3 Silver Sage subdivision and the Friswold subdivision. Next slide. When the specific plan was approved, a rezone was completed for several of the parcels that were under one ownership, Homes by Town, to SPL-RVSP. That's the Yellow Vineyard specific plan designation. However, on other remaining parcels which were under different ownership, such as Mason Trails, they retained their current zoning. Mason Trails property is currently zoned residential single family, combining agriculture. So therefore, the site is proposed to be rezoned to SPL-RVSP. Next slide. The applicant is requesting an administrative modification to change the land use designation for the northern portion of the proposed subdivision to open space, since this area was originally designated for residential land use in the specific plan. The administrative modification also addresses retaining the existing pond, which the approved specific plan indicated would be filled. The pond will be used for open space and stormwater drainage purposes. Next slide. The tentative map for the subdivision encompasses a total of 78.4 acres and proposes 170 low-density residential lots, ranging in size from 7,400 to 21,000 square feet. On-site amenities include the 20.9 acres of open space located between the residential development and Dry Creek, a trail connection around the existing pond connecting to the Class 1 trail along Dry Creek, an expansion of the neighborhood park to be constructed within the adjacent Glen Willow subdivision. Next slide. Direct access to the subdivision provided by the main entry to the adjacent Glen Willow subdivision, if it is previously constructed or through construction of a segment of Glen Willow's entry as an off-site improvement to connect to the Mason Trails subdivision. The project also includes an interior pedestrian pathway through the center of the subdivision and trails in the open space area that link up to the Dry Creek Trail. Next slide. Since the subdivision is within the specific plan area, a development agreement was required to be prepared between the county and applicant Gen California 8. Key highlights include a 20-year term for the development agreement that becomes effective upon property acquisition. Also, the developer is required to pay certain fees, including the sewer system annexation fee, county public facilities fee, and the Yellow Vineyard specific plan fee. The other highlights include addressing affordable housing requirements. Prior to recording the small lot final map, an affordable housing agreement must be reached to address low and very low income housing. Moderate income housing will be addressed through the construction of either 4 ADU units or restricted market rate units. Market rate units would be deed restricted. Next slide. Additional highlights include addressing the timing of PFE road intersection improvements and timing of parks and trails improvements, including the Glen Willow Park expansion and on-site and off-site Class 1 trails. Next slide. For the environmental review process, for the specific plan, a final EIR was adopted and certified in 2009, and 2 subsequent addenda were adopted along with approval of the mitigation and monitoring reporting program. For the Mason Trails project, environmental checklist was prepared to evaluate for any change in conditions. Based on the checklist, staff concluded that the project would not create any new or significant impacts, and the project is consistent with the existing specific plan. The Mason Trails project is considered exempt from CEQA based on CEQA guidelines section 15182 and 15183, and on the basis that it is consistent with the previously adopted final EIR. Therefore, no further environmental review is required. In terms of public outreach, the project was presented to the West Placer MAC on May 8, 2019 as an informational item, and on November 13, 2019 as an action item. No concerns were brought up at either meeting. The MAC unanimously approved the motion that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the project as presented. At the Planning Commission hearing in December 2020, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval as well, and no public concerns were raised at that meeting as well. Next slide. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Nick. Are there any questions by board members at this time? Bonnie.
Just to clarify, and thank you, Nick. So the open space component in the modified plan wasn't there previously, correct? So we now are going to preserve some additional open space along with that pond, correct?
Correct. There was originally the entire property was just originally residential.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Cindy.
Thanks, Nick. I, in my briefing with staff, talked about this, but as you know, we're very, very concerned about affordable housing, and I want to make sure I understand the triggers by which the affordable housing will be brought forward as part of this project. Can you review that one more time? That's page 7.
Sure. So prior to recording the small lot final map for the property, the applicant will have to enter into affordable housing agreement with the county that's approved by the county, and that will address the very low and low income units. The agreement and the development agreement is already in place for constructing the 4 moderate income units. And I could go over that as well. So for moderate income housing, they could either construct 4 accessory dwelling units or restricted for sale market rate units. The market rate units would also be deed restricted.
So they would continue as some form of affordable into the future. It isn't just the first purchase if that was the option that was presented.
Correct.
Okay. Great.
And to follow up on that, Chair Wygant, could you clarify, it says, you said, Nick, the low and very low is mentioned in the development agreement. What is that? If you would clarify that, please. I know it's in the very long development agreement attached in our staff report, but I'm sure you've got that there instead of me trying to find it.
As far as the number of units, very low and low?
Well, I mean, I think this is a 10%, correct? I'm looking over at EJ, 10% is going to be affordable housing. 4 units are moderate, but then there's low and very low. How are the low and very low being addressed? It says in the development agreement, but if you could clarify what that is.
So there would be 13, so the 10% there would be 13 very low and low income units, and that would be split among the 2. And Michelle Kingsbury's on the line too. I believe she could help address that trigger as well.
Hi, this is Michelle Kingsbury from CEDRA. I don't know if there's a neighbor housing division on the line either. Section 2.6 of the development agreement describes the affordable housing requirements. Nick is correct. There is a trigger related to the number of moderate income units, but in terms of the low or very low or the other remaining units required, and as typical in some of our other project requirements, what the development agreement states is basically that the developer would provide an affordable housing plan of how they're going to meet that requirement, and then that would be worked through with our housing division. So there's no specific triggers per se in the development agreement related to the low and very low, but it is a standard requirement that we see in some of the other projects that do come forward, that they'd have to submit affordable housing plan, and that gets vetted and worked through our affordable housing division.
Great, thank you for clarifying, Michelle, I appreciate it.
Sure, absolutely.
I see no other questions from board members at this time, so, excuse me, this is a public hearing, and I will open it up to the public for comments.
Cheryl Berkman, please go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so I have a question. It was my understanding that for specific plans that the 10% was supposed to be on site. I didn't see any of the, and that's according to the Placer County General Plan. I didn't see anything on the map that suggested that those were on site. Could we please get an explanation why the low and very low are not being built on site? Thank you.
This is Michelle again. I can try and answer that question. Similar to the response I gave before, and certainly our housing division could probably provide more detailed, but in terms of the low and very low, and it's typical what we see in some of our other project requirements is that we've been looking for the affordable housing plan to be submitted by the developer. And at that point in time, our housing division would vet that and work through that with the developer. So I don't, have identification of the low and very low at this point in time. There are triggers associated with the moderate that are in the development agreement and the option of providing, I think it was 4 ADUs to meet their moderate housing requirements. And there is a trigger, I believe, of 75% construction that those would have to be provided, which is consistent with some of the other development agreements that we have outstanding at this point in time.
Thanks, Michelle.
Michael Garabedian, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good morning, Supervisors. Mike Garabedian, Placer County tomorrow. I have a question, a two-part question, actually. I'd like to know what the fees are that are charged per residential unit for services or traffic transfer, that kind of thing, what those fees are, and if any of those fees are waived at this time for this project.
Is there somebody here who can answer that question? Yeah, thanks, EJ.
For the record, EJ Valdi, I was going to have Michelle Kingsbury speak to the fees, but all the fees are outlined in the development agreement. And as far as I know, there are no fees that are waived at this time.
Hi, this is Michelle Kingsbury again. EJ is correct. The fees noted in the development agreement, there are no proposed waivers. And also the fees are consistent with the development agreement that we have in place with the former Homes by Town properties. So the fee structure and requirements for those types of fees are consistent with our previously approved development agreement for the other properties, Mariposa, Glen Willow, and Silver Sage.
Thanks,
Hopefully
Michelle.
that helps answer the question.
No, thank you very much, and EJ,
Sure.
thanks. Next caller?
No further public
No
comment.
further. Okay, so I'll close the public hearing. We have 5 items that must be taken individually, so I'll read them for the record, and then the board can take action. Determined that the Mason Trails project consisting of a rezone, administrative modification, development agreement, investing tentative subdivision map is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 151A2 and 151A3 on the basis that it is consistent with the previously adopted Riola Vineyards specific plan final EIR and the 2012 addendum to the FEIR and the 2015 addendum to the FEIR and the amended 2015 mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program.
So moved.
Second.
Motion, Gore, second, Holmes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item B is adopt an ordinance to rezone the Mason Trails project site.
So moved.
Motion, Gore, second, Holmes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item C, adopt an ordinance approving the development agreement by and between the County of Placer and JN California, LLC, a California limited liability company, relative to the Riola Vineyards specific plan Mason Trails subdivision.
So moved.
Second.
Motion, Gore, second, Holmes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. D, approve the Rolo Vineyards Mason Trails property administrative modification to change the land use designation for the Lot H area and Lot F from low-density residential to open space, increase the park site Lot E from 1.9 to 2.8 acres and retain the existing pond, which approved the RSVP indicated would be filled.
So moved.
Motion Gore, second Holmes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And finally, approve the Mason Trails vesting tentative map subdivision map.
So moved.
Motion Gore, second Holmes. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Teamwork. We'll now take up our 9:45 item, which is from our auditor, Andy Sisk, sitting in the back, and it's the GFOA Certificate of Achievement Award. Andy, good to see you.
Good morning, Chairman Wygant, members of the board. Andy Sisk, Placer County Auditor Controller. I'm here today to acknowledge receipt of the Certificate of Achievement and Excellence in Financial Reporting from the Government Finance Officers Association. 19 years, wow. What an incredible ride, and I've been involved in every one of them. But I have to tell you that while each of them present their own challenges with the ultimate success of the award, I'm most proud of this one. Since 2001, which was the implementation of Governmental Accounting Standards Board number 34, there have now been 50 accounting standards that we've had to tackle and implement. And when I say implement, we have to implement them in the financial statements, but also in the accounting system. As we know, our accounting system was dying on a vine, and in 2015, it was a legacy system. We marked it for replacement. Also in 2015, we had to implement a very comprehensive accounting standard, GASB 68, which dealt with pensions and getting that pension liability onto the face of the balance sheet. This came with new accounting terminology, deferred inflows and outflows of resources, and amortizing the cost of differences between what is expected and what actually comes in, and you amortize that. And again, new accounting treatments that are unique to governments. In 2017, we had to implement GASB 75, the OPEB standard, to get the OPEB liability on the balance sheet of the county's financial statements. In 2018, we went live with the Workday accounting system. And then in 2019 was really the first year that we had to produce a CAFR under the new accounting system. And that presented significant challenges for us. It took us 60 days extra to close the books for the county that year. My staff struggled trying to get the books closed, but we successfully did it. But again, 60 days behind schedule, which then pushed the CAFR deadline out another 60 days. And unfortunately, the GFOA acknowledged that we could file for the application and approved our extension of time to submit the 2019 CAFR for the award. It is not easy producing a high-quality set of audited financial statements, but it is due to a dedicated team that persevered during tough times, personally and professionally, to produce this Certificate of Achievement. Thanks to the CEO and the board for your continued support of our office, with special thanks to Supervisor Gore and Supervisor Holmes for serving on the County Audit Committee, as well as Wayne Nader. They're the ones that have to pour through these financial statements. They're the ones that have to listen to the presentations from the external auditors. It is very much appreciated. Special thanks to really my entire office. The support is endless. The Workday support team led by Lynn Yoshida, my Assistant Auditor Controller Nicole Howard, just for being there. But truly special thanks goes to my financial reporting team led by Carol Hearn, Andrew Pope, and Brittany Dillon, with special thanks to Michael Graham, who not only supported the CAFR team, but also worked with me one-on-one on early implementing GASB 84. So 50 accounting standards going from 34 to 84. And we didn't have to early implement GASB 84 in the June 30, 2019 financials, but it was revamping the fiduciary funds accounting structure. So it made sense for us to go ahead and be on that cutting edge and early implement an accounting standard that now people are looking to our office for guidance and direction on how to implement. And because of COVID, GASB 84 got pushed out a couple more years in terms of implementation. So again, this county is on the cutting edge. There is no doubt 2020 will be a year to be remembered, but we look forward to the receipt of the 20th straight year that we'll receive the certificate later on this year. And with that, I have a copy of the 2020 CAFR that I would like to give to each one of the board members with a beautiful picture of the courthouse that was taken in December with the Christmas spirit and the top of the domes. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So Andy, on behalf of the board, I want to personally thank you for all your great work, not only in your primary job, but I've done a lot of other things above and beyond, and you're always available for counsel generally on financial issues, and I find that tremendously helpful to me, even if we might disagree sometimes. But with that, Jim, you have some?
Yeah, I'm pleased to present this award to Andy from the Government Finance Officers Association, which is a private nonprofit organization that represents about 20,000 different entities. So as one of the founding members of the audit committee, it's been my pleasure to attend that, and I welcome Supervisor Gord to the audit committee. It gives us comfort to know actually what you do when you come to the audit committee. And I had to make a real profound compliment for Wayne Nader. When we formed this committee, we needed a public member, and Wayne was the guy that really was needed there, and he became the chair for the last 12 years, I think. And so he's decided to step down, and we will have another member come forward. But it is really my pleasure to present this to you.
Thank you, Supervisor Holmes.
I had questions, but I'm going to wait till you're done presenting and getting a photo up, or while you're walking down. How many counties do you think have received this many years consecutively?
You know, there are quite a few. I mean, in the past, you would get one for each year. So I remember when I was auditing Sacramento County in the late 90s, they would have the plaques all on their walls. So I would probably say we're a little behind Sacramento County, but it was my idea when I was the external auditor in 2001, auditing the county, that, hey, Kathy, let's go ahead and move forward and see if we can get this Certificate of Achievement in Excellence in Financial Reporting. And we were able to do that successfully in that first year. The year before, that comprehensive standard that really dramatically changed the face of what our financial
Absolutely. It's a remarkable accomplishment, and many smaller entities aren't able to achieve it without a tremendous amount of work. And so I know there's a lot of work that goes into it. And what's important to our constituents is the transparency and the reporting that goes into meeting those standards. So it's, while not everybody understands the business you do, and I'm one of those, I do understand the remarkable efforts that go into this. And so thank you to you and your team, and on behalf of all of our constituents, that we have that level of expertise here at the county.
Thank you, Supervisor Gustafson.
Okay. Don't drop this on your foot.
Well, congratulations, and
Thank
again,
you very
thanks,
much.
Andy, and on behalf of the board, thanks to Bonnie and Jim for serving on the audit committee.
Well,
Appreciate
and
it.
before you step away, I believe.
And Wayne Nader before.
Yes, and before you step away, Andy, thank you. And I believe, did our new commissions appoint Supervisor
Yes.
Jones as the new audit committee member moving forward? So thank you, Supervisor Jones, and you'll
Yes.
enjoy it.
We look
Appreciate
forward
it,
to
Andy.
having her, and we look forward to having the new public member, Jay Panzica, at our next audit committee meeting in April. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy.
We will now take up our 10 a.m. Timed item, which is Community Development Resources, and it's a request for a continuance, Lake Tahoe Shore Zone Ordinance. Rebecca Tabor.
Good morning, Steve Pedretti. I'm sitting in for Rebecca. We had a couple of small technical issues that need to be addressed, and then Rebecca was out of the office for a week due to a death in the family, so we weren't able to get it all done, so we wanted the continuance for that reason.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Sure.
And we need to pass a motion to that effect, correct?
I'll move to postpone or continue this item.
Second.
Motion Gore, second Gustafson, to continue the item just discussed. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Our 10:30 timed item is County Exec's Office 2020 Placer Shares Grant Initiative. Jane, and yep, she is here.
Good morning, Chair Wygant, board members. Pleased to be here, Jane Christensen from the CEO office, together with our Placer Shares partners. We have representatives from the Sierra Business Council, the Placer Community Foundation, and the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation, who together have comprised the group that's been able to execute the board's generous actions in dedicating a significant portion of our federal CARES dollars to put to work in our community. I'll have a brief presentation, and then we'll stop and let the people who actually were the boots on the ground to make this program work tell the story with a brief 5-minute video on our 2020 Placer Shares Grant Initiative. As many of you know, you've lived through this history with us. The CARES Act passed in Congress in March of 2020. Placer County, once the state figured it out, gave us our full $41.1 million in installments from July to October. This board dedicated over 40% of this money to small business and nonprofit grant assistance, the largest percentage of any county in California, a fact of which you should all be justly proud. And we utilize partnerships with SBC, the two aforementioned community foundations, to administer these funds again and get them out expeditiously to our community. Here's Placer Shares grants over the course of 2020 at a glance. Again, over 16 million approved that went out in 4 different grant phases. The initial Placer Shares allocation, Placer Shares Eats and Drinks, the Placer Shares Impact Grants, when this board decided to step up and give more significant and impactful grants to help small businesses and nonprofits make it through the extended COVID crisis. And then our last round of Placer Shares Community Chamber Collaboratives, which just closed Saturday, January 16th, and we made grant award announcements last Friday. A little bit about that in just a bit. Again, here's the breakdown of the many small businesses, restaurants, and nonprofits that your actions have benefited, and a bit about, again, the Community Chamber Collaboratives grant that just closed. This was $2 million. This was kind of a unique effort by the board to simply say, if this was our last tranche of federal funding in 2020, we want to make sure we make investments that go to serve multiple businesses and really have an impact, and have it be localized rather than us administer it here from the county. We knew that local communities know best what works for their local economies, and so we simply awarded grants by geographic region. The lead applicants could be chambers, business associations, industry associations, and/or cities in partnership. Again, collaboratives impacting multiple businesses. We were amazed and really pleased by the creativity, the thoughtfulness that came into our proposals, really reflecting the local need, the local color of what was benefiting various subregions of the county. We saw everything from restaurant delivery operations, outdoor dining platforms, online purchasing. Again, many small businesses had not done this before, but it was what they needed to do to survive, as well as significant commercial rent and utilities relief payments. Again, this was a timeline that closed January 16th after the holidays. They were awarded last Friday in under a week from application to award. Again, another benefit of the partnership and our partners who are here with me today. We have a brief video presentation, which I did not embed because that usually does not work well, but it will follow my presentation. So with that, I'll ask the control room to please cue up the Placer Shares video.
When COVID hit, I think everybody was in a crisis response, and it just made sense to go with who you knew. So because the Small Business Development Center is already operated in Placer County, we were able to mobilize very quickly with the county to get that money out. I mean, these were CARES dollars that came to the county, and credit to the county, they went right ahead and decided they wanted to support their small businesses more than pretty much any other county in California.
The Board of Supervisors has been amazing in our county to invest in our businesses. $16 million, I think, to date. I can't say enough for them stepping up and the staff, including the chambers.
We became involved with Placer Shares grants when the Board of Supervisors determined that it would like to take some of its CARES Act funding and deploy it into the community to meet critical needs. Placer Community Foundation is focused on the western slope, if you will, of Placer County, and the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation is administering this program for the eastern slope because they're located in the Tahoe area and have a deeper understanding of the needs of that community.
At the end of the day, people want to be self-sufficient. They want to go and do the work and get paid. And we've had a situation where people can't do that. And so that's where the safety net needs that investment. And so with Sierra Business Council at the table, Placer has brought them as a partner to really strengthen the businesses to keep them as whole as possible and operating in this difficult time. And then when that can't happen, be able to get the money through the community foundations in order to really strengthen that safety net and kind of catch people.
In Placer County, depending on the definition you choose, more than 90% of the businesses are considered small businesses, right? So it's a huge amount. And the Placer Shares was able to deliver checks to over 1,200 businesses. That was over $9 million in a very short period of time. We're currently in the last round for now, which is direct relief through the chambers. So some are choosing to do rent relief, some are choosing to do subsidized delivery service for restaurants, and some are building outdoor platforms. So we're really leaving it up to the community to decide what's best for them.
We have weekly calls with our nonprofit partners and really determined that the greatest and best use of the funds and a framework to move forward would be to focus on rental assistance, food assistance, and then mental health work.
Since the pandemic, there's been a tsunami of additional mental health needs in the community. It's been crazy, pardon the pun, but a lot of people are calling us asking for help with their relationships, helping them get a new position at work because they lost their job. There are people are asking for rent and utility assistance. So what we've found is that we've needed to expand our services, and we're going to be using this funds to open up an office in Auburn so we can reach more people in the Auburn area. We're in Lincoln, our main offices, but we opened up an office in Roseville August 1st of last year, and now we're opening up an office in Auburn. And with this funding, we're able to do that. So we're very thankful for that.
So I'm with Tahoe Food Hub. We are a 501c3 nonprofit founded in 2013 with the mission to support local farms and to increase access to the local food in North Lake Tahoe. We have our Giving Box program, which provides an equal access to the food that we source by giving back to people in need and those facing food insecurity in our community. Since COVID, we are definitely seeing a new demographic of people who are facing food insecurity for the first time. We plan to use our Placer Shares grant to see this program sustained, especially because we feel like this new demographic of people facing food insecurity will continue even past COVID.
This has been transformational for many businesses. It's helped businesses, everyone from a sole proprietor with a one-chair beauty salon up to a 200-seat restaurant. And we have helped everybody in between. And so the money came pretty much right in time to maybe make that rent payment or a couple, keep people on payroll, buy inventory. It's been a spectacular program and a lifesaver for many.
When it comes to collaboration in Placer County, I can't say enough about everyone coming together, the chambers, cities, the downtown associations, county staff, really giving us the ability to put input into the grant process, and county has listened to us. So that's really important to us, and as we represent the business community. So I can't say enough for everybody that's working together.
So many communities have seen a lot of politics around how these dollars are deployed. And I have taken heart through this process that Placer has not only shared these resources, but convened a group of trusted partners to strategically deploy into the communities in effective ways. And I'm just so grateful.
All I can give is accolades to the Board of Supervisors for the work that they've done. They do tremendous work, and for them to take this money and specifically fund small business and nonprofits is truly a blessing, and they are a blessing for this community.
we band together, and we just want to help everyone that we can to get through this, get through it, and to be better on the other side. And hopefully in 2021, we have one heck of a party here pretty soon.
In closing, I can only reiterate the thanks you just heard to the board for your generosity and to our partners, Kristen York of Sierra Business Council, Veronica Blake of the Placer Community Foundation, and Stacy Caldwell of the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation. We could not have done this program without their assistance, and as we look forward to whatever comes next from the new administration and the 117th Congress, if the board chooses to again execute this program, these are the folks that I would turn to, because it's been an incredibly effective model in, again, putting this money to work in our community. So our partners are here should you have comments or questions, and I will end it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Jim?
Yeah, Jane, first of all, thank you for your mother-henning this, I guess you want to say. And I want to say thank you to all our partners. Done a tremendous job. And you know, it's a job, what we've done makes us feel proud about Placer County. And so I couldn't be more proud of what we've done. So thank you.
Cindy?
Well, I'll ditto that, and thanks to our partners. Thank you, Jane. And thanks to this board and the leadership of the county, Todd, for supporting putting so much money back into our communities to try to get us through this together. And I hate to pat ourselves on the back, but so many of our constituents don't know, and don't know how tremendously successful this has been to try to keep people employed and able to hold on to their businesses and have food on their table for their families. So thank you all.
Thanks. So I'll ditto Jim, and then I'll ditto Cindy, and say that I'm perfectly comfortable, Cindy, with you patting us all on the back. We need it every now and then. But I just want to emphasize, first I want to thank my colleagues, and over all the years actually, we've always had overall a high level of concern and interest in good fiscal management. We continue to take that to a higher level. So I need to thank, I'm sure, County Exec's office, but also our department heads, I suppose, a lot for running their shops well fiscally. What that translated into is that we didn't need to use this money to recover our daily costs to a large extent, and it positioned us to be able to get money out into the community. And then I was just watching the video thinking how, obviously no one person can do it all, but we are so fortunate and blessed here to have extraordinary partners actually to work with, who stepped up and did some amazing work. The board throughout all of this didn't want to, first of all, we were very happy when we learned that we could send money out into the community, because we knew businesses were struggling. For those of us who've had businesses, it's a struggle to keep them open during great times. But we wanted the money to go to where it would actually have an impact, which is to keep these businesses open through all of this, not knowing how long it was going to last or how severe it was going to be. And I had no idea that it actually would have turned out the way it has, this dramatically, this badly. But here we are, and I look forward to new data coming in to give us measurements as to how well we performed, and hopefully every business was able to keep their doors open. So again, thanks to everybody. And then I don't know if any of our partners, who I can see that I think all of you are actually live and behind me, but if you have any comments, you're certainly welcome to do those. But with that, we'll generally open it up to the public additionally. But if some of you folks want to say something first, but again, I'll thank you again for all of your work. Okay, thank you. Anyone?
Supervisor Wygant, wait, you got comments? I want to make a comment.
That's Megan, do we?
Public comment.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks again, Jane.
And then
Great work.
just, may I make one comment? Which
Sure,
is,
you bet.
I think, and I neglected to say it, I have the dittos as well, but I think to me, this is a clear great example of public-private partnerships. We talk a lot about public-private partnerships, and government can't do it all, nor should we do it all, and we are not the most efficient. And having our private partners, our nonprofits, having your groups work with the county has, as Jane said, really made this work and made it work successfully and quickly, right? We turn these dollars over quickly. There are other counties that it has taken much longer to get these dollars out to our businesses and our nonprofits. And I'm just so pleased that we do have that collaborative spirit here in our county. And that's something that I think we as a board can continue to look for opportunities to partner with businesses, organizations where we truly work together for the best interests of our community, our residents. So I'm just really pleased that this has worked well. It has shown us that we can do this, and I know that there'll be other opportunities to do this in the future.
Suzanne?
Yes, I just wanted to add, although I can't take any credit for what you guys did, I did contact some people that I know who own businesses or nonprofits and told them about the program months back. And so I just know that they were all very appreciative of what you did for them. So thank you from my constituents and from me.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks. Jane, can I make a comment, please?
You bet.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Supervisor Wygant. Just on behalf
Robert's good, Kristen.
Hello?
Robert's good, Kristen.
Okay. Supervisor Robert does. On behalf of Veronica and Stacy and the Community Foundations and SBC, I also want you to know that while the state of California has stepped forward with a grant program up to $500 million, the first round was finalized yesterday. And in that first round, $237 million were granted to businesses and nonprofits. Less than 5% of the applicants received a grant in that first round. So I'm telling you that so that you know how impactful these local dollars are, and even more important given the situation at the state and federal level. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Robert, I want to add something to it.
You bet.
I just want to make a comment that during the pandemic, the definition of team has expanded for us at Placer Community Foundation. The experience that we had working with Jane and all of the county staff, plus cross collaboration with the Community Foundation and Tahoe Truckee and SBC, has really just blown up my definition of team. And this is an amazing group to work with, and I'm so appreciative.
Thank you, Veronica.
Supervisor Wygant, I just would be remiss to say, Jane really took this and ran with it. When I look at it, I say, you provided the vision, they provided the operations, the implementation, and I think Jane was instrumental to that, and I think the folks on the call are another testament to this. And, challenges that take place, such as COVID, create opportunities that we have. And one of the opportunities I think that's come out is the collaboration around our economic development partners, our community foundations. And I think those are things that are going to linger long after this pandemic's over with. And so we have to look at some of the bright spots that come out. And one is the supporting our business community. The other is how do we work relationally with our partners around the county. And I think this is a great project to work on. And I'm just proud of these folks. I know the video and all of our folks around communications did a lot of work. And as I go to restaurants, I see the Placer signs up around. So there's a lot of good communication out there around how to deal with social distancing, et cetera. So I'm just proud of these folks and not only within the county, but across the organizations that we partner with. So just wanted to give a shout out there.
Appreciate that. That's great, and we're all proud also. So thanks again, Jane and Todd and everybody. That it was an extraordinary accomplishment, I think. Thank you.
I have the next item. I'm not just waiting for more.
By golly, we're 2 minutes early. Okay. We're actually caught up. Is Tim available? Let's jump into Community Development Resources, Cannabis Enforcement Services, Short-Term Rental Compliance. Tim?
Yes, good morning, Chairman Wygant, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity today to present to you. Again, Tim Wegner, a Deputy Director here in Cedra, presenting 2 action items requesting increases to the county's short-term rental and cannabis program contracts and ultimately closing those contracts for the season. As outlined in the staff report, your board adopted newly developed ordinances around both short-term rental and cannabis in the last 5 years. And really, the short-term rental program completed its inaugural year this year and experienced significant community concerns around COVID, the stay-at-home orders, vacationers, and really general complaints this season. The impacts of COVID, coupled with staffing changes, required more consultant resources than initially expected. And the cannabis program was similarly impacted by COVID. Really, with a condensed season, the officers were unable to get out in-person contact until really mid-summer, and the season closes around December. So they had a condensed period to make visits to all the sites we've received complaints, and because of that, again, we overran our intended expectations for that contract. Having said this, please know that Building Services Appropriation does have the funding sufficient to cover those increases. So today we're not asking for any additional increases from general fund. And with that, I can take any questions based on those 2 contracts.
Thanks, Tim. Any questions for Tim? Cindy?
I just had a quick question, Tim. With the augmentation for short-term rentals, it sounds as if you'll have 7-day-a-week coverage. And that goes into the evening hours. Again, that's when most of the issues occur. And I just want to make sure we're providing coverage in those kind of off working hours where holidays, weekends, evenings is when our short-term rentals tend to be busy.
Yes, thank you for that, Supervisor Gustafson. We are much or better positioned than we were over the summer. And what I mean by that is we have an active supervising officer who's rotating or moving her schedule to accommodate those peaks as they're suggesting. We've also brought in an additional officer that we're in the background and some of our pre-employment stages. So we're really excited to get that additional officer in. So really with the 3, a supervising officer, an STR officer, and the new STR officer, we're well positioned to cover 7 days a week. In addition to that, and while we used consulting over this last year, we've more transitioned to an extra help model. And so we do have some extra help staff that can come in as we did over this holiday season through Christmas and New Year's, again, to make, again, a 4th officer really available to be out in the community as necessary.
Great, thank you.
Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item?
No members of the public.
No members of the public. So what is the preference of the board?
Move approval for the increase in both items. Can I make one motion, Karen, for that? Thank you.
Move a motion, Gustafson, second, Holmes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Now, Jane, I'm sure it is after 11 o'clock. I can't believe we caught up.
I never did that.
Every now and then.
Good morning, Chair Wygant, board members. Jane Christensen from the CEO office. I'm here today to summarize our proposed redistricting timeline and process for 2021. Before I get underway, I need to take note that the timeline presented on page 2 of the report is correct, but for the year. I was channeling 2020 census. The deadlines should all be, or I'm sorry, the timeline should all reflect the year 2021, but the timeline and months are otherwise correct. That said, our proposed redistricting process and timeline reflects many of the changes that have occurred in 2019 and 2020 to the Elections Code, which will govern how we conduct the process in 2021, as well as the resulting timeline. And I want to highlight a couple areas in which our 2021 effort is different than perhaps what the board has experienced before. One, we know we will have delayed receipt of the 2020 final census data because of litigation in DC, as well as the change in administration. There will be a delay on when counties receive this final census data. Historically, we've gotten it in late March, early April. Some indications are we may not get it until this summer, so we will do our level best to work with the preliminary 2020 census data in the interim as we start to draft alternatives for the board's consideration. That's the first area of difference. Number two, as I mentioned before, the public process has changed a bit in accordance again with those elections code changes. You have 4 options for public input. The board can do what it has historically done, which is conduct a robust public input process, but then reserve decision-making, final map decision-making for the board itself. You can appoint an advisory redistricting commission whose recommendations are exactly that, advisory to the board. You can appoint a hybrid redistricting commission, which the board can then approve one of the options submitted by the board, submitted by the Citizens Committee with no changes, or you can have a wholly independent redistricting commission in which redistricting decisions will be made by the commission and will not come to the board for review and approval. Difference number 3, because of the complexity of the 2021 process, we have assembled a multidisciplinary team from staff across the county, from the CEO's office, County Council, CEDRA, the Clerk Recorder, and also folks from Information Technology and GIS, because their input is going to be essential in helping us have a thorough understanding of the GIS data based on the 2020 census preliminary and final results that will inform our prospective maps in the coming months. And then fourth, again, is the timeline. Part of our challenge with our timeline is because of the delayed receipt of the final 2020 census data, as well as the backstop of November 15th to get this information to the state, we could have a compressed time frame. It does not erode our commitment to a robust public process and robust community input, but I'm just simply bringing that to your attention to inform your path, perhaps, with regard to the process and timeline. In a nutshell, you'll notice that the timeline on page 2, but for the incorrect year, has phases of the process that straddle each other simply because of this uncertainty, again, on when we'll get the final census data. But if I were to distill it simply, in spring of 2021, again, this multidisciplinary staff team will draft map alternatives based on that preliminary 2020 census data, which we do have. In spring and summer of 2021, we will confirm these draft alternatives once the final census data is available. Summer of 2021, we anticipate conducting a robust public input process this summer, unless the board chooses to change the decision-making body for ultimately map approval. And finally, fall of 2021, we would aggregate the community input received to date to inform a final map alternative for board review and action this fall prior to submittal, again, that November 15th submittal deadline to the state. Our focus for the process that we've outlined is simply based on past precedent, which is this board has always reserved final district map decision-making to itself after conducting robust public input and having that public input inform the final choice that this board makes. So with that, I will open it up to any questions. We've got a great team, and I know council is here as well. Should you have any questions on how these recent law changes have impacted our process and our timeline?
Thanks, Jane. Great work, except for one digit. Bonnie.
Thank you, Jane. So you mentioned the compressed time frame, right? Because we're not going to get the census data when we typically would. In the last redistricting rounds, 10 years ago, did we still have the same November time frame to approve the maps, or the maps approved earlier than November? Do you know? Like, are our maps being pushed back as well? I mean,
well, again, the receipt of census data is a moving target, particularly with a new administration, and again, the litigation that waylaid census counts in late 2020. The state may well push that November 15th deadline back. We're simply going on what we know now to inform our timeline. And perhaps council, I work closely with Clayton Cook on this. He may have other comments to add on this front.
I'm trying to figure out if that November 15th deadline was the deadline always, or if they've actually, the state's pushed back that deadline. And in years past, have we had that same sort of November timeframe to get the maps approved?
Sure. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I believe the deadline 10 years ago was in November. It was roughly the same time frame. And one other thing that affects this deadline, which I guess is important to note as well, November 15th is the deadline that we have to have the maps effective by. The maps get changed through an ordinance. So an ordinance has a 2-hearing adoption process and then a 30-day effective date. So November 15th has to be effective by. That means we have to have it fully adopted by mid-October. And since we have to do an introduction before adoption, that really means we have to be at the board with the final map for introduction early October. So it is a really compressed timeline if you look at the potential delays with the federal data. And once the federal data comes in, it will go to the state for a few weeks for synthesizing before it comes to us. So we have a few weeks that it's with the state after the federal information is provided. So it's really kind of a 2-month period probably we're looking at that we may be finalizing things.
Thank you. That's enough questions for right now.
Cindy.
Well, being new up here, I would say that, I tend to lean toward kind of the hybrid idea of having some outside input with a committee, but I realize maybe the board hasn't done that in the past. Ultimately making the decision, but making sure that we have a committee focused on this. I mean, going out to chambers and Max is all good, but they're hearing many, many other issues. And so I just want to make sure, because really it comes down to, I think, where we all live as to our districts, right? I mean, that's where the board why they provide for independence and some independent recommendations, so that if it comes down to that, we're truly getting public input on those critical issues. So I personally would be interested in trying to figure out some sort of an advisory commission, but I'm open to other ideas. I just think saying we're going to do robust public outreach, we present a lot, but those people don't actually work in the trenches trying to figure out those boundaries. They would just hear it and give input. And I do think having a committee that really is working on it might be helpful. But that's just my perspective. I'm new, so you can tell me, why we have or haven't chosen that in the past, and move on from there.
Suzanne?
Yeah, I would like a better explanation of the hybrid of the two commissions.
I can probably provide that information. Okay. So the hybrid redistricting commission is a mix between the independent and the advisory commission. The hybrid that commission would basically come up with 2 separate maps that they believe should be finalized, and then the board would have discretion to choose one of them but could not modify it. So there is some decision making by the board in that they can choose one of the 2 maps, but there is no way that they can adjust or modify the maps that are presented by the commission.
So then in the independent redistricting commission is just one group, not that does everything, and we have no say on that map.
Yes, correct. The independent they decide everything completely and approve the map itself. And both for the advisory and the independent commissions, both of those, there's a lot of strict requirements as to who can be part of that commission.
Right.
The board cannot directly appoint anyone to that commission, and there's a lot of restrictions in terms of political party affiliations,
right.
Relationships with board members, those kinds of things.
Right, but on the hybrid though, do you have a group of folks that are just advisory, and then you have a group of folks that are like the independent commission?
So there's one commission under the hybrid approach that identifies the 2 maps. So I guess they don't have really an advisory position other than they identify the 2 maps and would approve those 2 maps.
Okay.
I think that
it's one committee, not.
Okay, I was
exactly.
Committee, even though it's
I was confused by that as
Yeah.
well. So I
Sorry,
was
yeah,
thinking it was
one committee.
one committee,
Good.
but they provide two maps. Okay.
And then since we're talking about the individual options, the advisory is a separate committee that gives a couple of maps, but then the board still has some discretion, correct?
Correct. The board would have discretion to modify the maps or request changes to the maps.
Suzanne, will you finish your?
Oh, I'm sorry, Suzanne.
No, thanks, Bonnie.
Just
I
the light was still on.
actually didn't turn my light out, but I do have more to say about it. Is that I've done a little bit of homework, and I read about a couple of bills that came forward. One was SB 139, one was AB 849. I believe the SB 139 didn't get passed, but 849 did, and they both really address this idea of independent redistricting commissions. And then I also did my homework to find out that Roseville City Council does it that way. Right now, they're in the process of selecting people to be on that commission. And the state, to my knowledge, has been doing this for years now with redistricting congressional and legislative districts, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
totally correct. SB 139 was a bill that attempted to, for public entities that were over 250,000 to make it mandatory that they have an independent redistricting commission. That one was passed by the legislature, vetoed by the governor. And so now what is existing is the option that's presented, which is it's not a mandatory, but is an option to have an independent redistricting commission.
And then I also recently just watched San Juan Water District use public hearings and involving the public in their redistricting process as well. And to my knowledge, it turned out pretty good. So I really am a proponent of either the independent or the hybrid, the mixture. But I think that we need to get the public, and if you go through it, the rules are pretty stringent on who can be appointed those. They can't just be, oh, I'm Jane Doe and I want to be on it. They have to have some knowledge and expertise to bring to the group. And so that's what I would support. I would support. That way it takes the hands out of anybody that may have impartiality, whether it's the board or whether it's people working for the county or so on. So that's my comment for now.
Jim.
Yeah, I don't know why this is such a big deal. We've never had a problem over the last 3 or 4. We've been involved in about 3 or 4. 3?
This has been my third.
Yeah, and I've been 4, but we've never had an issue. I don't see why we just can't have public hearings, take input, and get the information from the county staff that's putting this together and make the decision without getting too involved, particularly in the compressed timeline. So I just soon do as we have been before, and I don't have any concerns about any malfeasance or anything like that. That's my 2 cents.
Bonnie.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification about the bill. And so these are really recommendations and options for a board to take. And I certainly want to have public input. I think that that's really important as we're talking about communities of interests and zip codes and precincts. I recall some of the comments with staff that Ryan Ronco, the clerk recorder, wanted to be involved in the process so that they're putting together precincts and we're not splitting up precincts when it comes to voting, and it makes it easier for the elections office to do their work as well, right? When we've got elections in multiple jurisdictions. So I think that there's a need to have the county involved in some way, and I think we should have the public involved in some way. I'm concerned about an independent committee because of the city of Roseville. They cannot find enough qualified people to participate because of the restrictions of party affiliation, giving to candidates, serving on a current city commission. It has actually really reduced the pool of qualified candidates. And you don't want Jane Doe, who doesn't know or doesn't have really much of an interest in. So I think that especially with the compressed timeline, I'm concerned about having just a separate advisory commission, because then we've got to actually recruit for those people, and Roseville's already having a challenge finding the right ones, and that means we've got to find people in all the different districts, right? So I think that we would be better served to have some type of public input, whether it's an advisory committee or a restructuring, or do we just add a couple of public members to the work that the county staff is doing? We could actually have a couple of public members apply, participate with the county effort in addition to the robust outreach. That might be an option as well, just as we're looking at a compressed timeline, and I really don't want to do an independent one based on trying to actually get enough people to participate in the short time frame. So a couple of thoughts there, and I know we still have to take.
And just a quick note, Supervisor Gore, on your comment, the Clerk Recorder's Office is on our committee. We fully understand that we can take a first pass based on the preliminary 2020 census data on population equivalent districts, again, drawing down on the GIS data so that it is numerically population equivalent, but then we know that we have to kind of sift it through Ryan Rocco's prism to take account for not splitting school districts, not, accommodation of voter precincts. He's certainly part of our group. So we expect that whatever we come up with, we'll have to go through several strainers before we bring it forward to certainly the board and to the community to make sure we are honoring those communities of interest, those other existing boundaries for effective governance.
Right. Well, and I would want to make sure that that happened if we ended up having an advisory committee or a hybrid, that we have that input from his shop as well. And I'm not sure if that's allowed for Clayton. If you have these sort of separate commissions, are they allowed to have some county staff to provide input? I would think so, right?
I think all the committees would be allowed to have staff
I just want to
input.
make sure. And then I have a second question about the demographer, and people have said, hey, we need to have a separate demographer to help draw the districts. I've heard that comment. But I know the Steve shop has the GIS maps and can drill down on all that information with population and locations. Would the work being done by the county staff be similar to what a demographer would do?
It would. We have been consulting, again, that's why we brought a GIS expert onto our team who actually did the 2011 redistricting for Nevada County. We've also consulted with Esri, who is kind of the go-to in the world of geographic information systems. They are the adjudicator for the U.S. Census Bureau. So we know we have the data. We know we have the ability to draw the districts. It's just the vetting that needs to take place through a public process.
And if we were to hire a separate demographer, what would be the cost of that?
I do not know. I'm not sure it would add value, given, again, the expertise and the data we have. But again, that's a decision of the board.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jane. Cindy and then Suzanne.
Thanks, Robert. I guess I want to go back in through this discussion, more clarification. I appreciate that. So we have three options. One is the board retains control. Second, we do an independent. Third, we do a hybrid. And we get two options and we make a decision. And then Bonnie suggested what I think is I don't want to say hybrid. An alternative to number one, the board making its decision with county staff, is to appoint some other members to that. Is that approved to be able to, we can augment that committee, but beyond our county staff, you suggested a couple of other members.
Yes, that's certainly an option. There is a fourth option that is an advisory redistricting commission, where you would create a formal commission that would have advisory powers only.
Right. Well, I'm pretty clear in my thinking that I can see it being a challenge to get a fully qualified group that meets all those standards. But I'm very open to Bonnie's suggestion of having some appointments to work with staff who are knowledgeable and kind of citizen involvement folks to make sure that we have some other eyes on it. It is an open and transparent process. So I could go either way on that, but I tend to lean toward Bonnie's alternative versus one of the more formalized committees because of the challenges with getting involvement. So.
Suzanne?
Yes, my comment on the advisory portion, I think when you take any of the teeth out of it and they're just advisory, then it kind of says that you don't really have to listen to them. I like Bonnie's idea of appointing people to work with our demographers. If any of you watched Salmon Water District work, they had a demographer and their public, they were very active in it, not just advisory, and it worked very well, and they did go by a very strict timeline, and they all met all of their deadlines. So it can be done. I have faith in the county. But the other thing that I don't like is the part where we just ask for a robust public comments, because with COVID and everything, those don't work. We had a town hall meeting in my area to discuss safety on Douglas Boulevard, and I think we got 6 people, and it was, you know, online, so it was easy. Nobody had to get out of their comfortable zone and go to a meeting, but you just can't reach the public. I really am opposed to this public comments and town hall meetings or whatever, not when it comes to something as important as this. But I would...
That being only the outreach, the only portion of the public participation.
Right,
Okay.
but I like your idea of involving the public. I know there are people out there that are very well experienced and have good backgrounds to participate and be with us. And I just think it would be a much better way to do the redistricting. I know it's a change, but, you know, I think change is not always bad.
Jim, then Bonnie.
Yeah, I agree with Bonnie's suggestion to have a couple people that are knowledgeable and work with our county team. The question is, do they have to live in Placer County? Would it be someone unbiased? Yes? I'd say so, yeah. Well, it'd be hard to find someone that's not biased in Placer County. If it was from someone from Nevada County or Colorado County that didn't have a dog in the fight. And just a suggestion. Otherwise, I would go along with Bonnie's suggestion.
And just my point of, like, I don't think that we should necessarily appoint them. I think that they should be people that apply and then staff vets a handful of folks, and then, because I don't think that we should directly appoint these folks. I think that would allow for some more independence of really hearing from public members. And, you know, there's probably some, you know, they probably should not be people that have given to our campaigns, right? Or people that work for us. I think that's really important. We don't want it, should be stacking the deck with, you know, people that are advocating for, you know, my district. It really does need to be transparent, lots of public outreach, but I think having some members of the public participate, not being appointed by us, would be better.
Cindy.
Robert, poor Mr. Chair is just going back and forth with us as we swap. I tend to agree with you, although I do think the difference between ourselves and a water district, say, is that many, many people contribute to one or more of us in various efforts. And I think I agree with Bonnie. If staff picks them, but we don't put a lot of restrictions on the most qualified, they may work for somebody who has contributed, or they may not. But, you know, those models are already there, and we're choosing not to do that model. I would trust staff to pick people that, you know, have a position who, and knowledge of our county, and I would, you know, those are the things I would be looking at, who are leaders in our county. And I'd be looking for people that are engaged in the public in some capacity and hear from the public and are knowledgeable and seen as neutral, whether it's I don't know. You know, they don't come to mind whether it's a judge or whether a retired judge or somebody with those, you know, that knowledge base of good protocols, as well as public engagement. And maybe by the time we get done defining it all, it won't work, but.
Just a suggestion for the board's consideration. In listening to this discussion, what came to mind, probably by virtue of the fact that I worked with these folks, are the members of the Charter Review Committee, because they did look at redistricting. They did look at a range of issues across the breadth of the county. Now, those were folks appointed by the board, but there's certainly folks that are knowledgeable about the county, engaged in the community, and may well be the sort of candidate that you're looking for with objectivity to kind of join a staff group and think through these issues.
Well, I would agree with Bonnie that we don't want to appoint them, but I want to keep it as open to the most qualified, interested folks as possible that have been engaged, and that.
Yeah. And
yeah.
If I could just briefly, there are legal requirements for an advisory redistricting commission. It sounds like we're talking more about an ad hoc committee that would be appointed by staff.
Yes.
And I just wanted to make sure that that clarification was out there, that would be at least kind of where it sounds like you all are headed.
That's where I personally was, suggesting that Bonnie's alternative didn't have all of those requirements. It may meet some, and some people may be clearly polarized and excluded as they apply, but that staff would look at and vet those was my thinking. But
Jim?
Yeah, I was just thinking about who would serve that position well, and Veronica Blake comes to mind. I think she would be a great addition, and maybe another member of the Placer Community Foundation, because they're engaged in the community, and Veronica is a knowledgeable person, and we always appreciate her input and listen to her. So that's just a thought.
Suzanne?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the one bill that did pass, AB 849, set up rules for how to redistrict cities and counties and drawing their supervisorial maps. And it says that it would require each district to respect the geographic integrity of local neighborhoods and communities of interest. So it's already a requirement set down. But yeah, I think that once you cast out that, call for applicants, I think you're going to find there's a lot of people that are experienced in demographics and all of those key things that you need to be able to be qualified to do that with respect to, residents and voters and districts and everything like that. But I'm for Bonnie's proposal of having a committee of lay people with working also.
Thanks. So I'm going to open it up to well, first of all, since everybody's kind of indicated their thought process, I'll go ahead and do that. It might help as we go forward. I certainly open to public outreach and getting input and having an intelligent strategy by which we do that. At the end, my preference is that the board make the final decision. So with that, Megan, can we open up to the call-in folks first? Yeah, let's do the other first, the call-in folks.
We'll do the call-in first.
The electronic people first.
Joseph Patterson, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yes, thank you, everybody. I really appreciate the time. My name is Joe Patterson, resident of Rockland. As you may know, I happen to be a member of the city council there. Sent an email late last night for the record, but thought I'd also call. The opportunity to do your own districts or do an advisory meeting or advisory committee is something that's brand new and just took effect in 2016 by SB 1108 that outlined the procedures. So it wasn't even possible in 2011, 2001, or before to do your own district. So this is really the first opportunity to do it. And it also outlines what an advisory model would look like. And so why did Common Cause, League of Women Voters, and the League of Cities do this? Because it's the right thing to do. And while I personally trust our county, there's no way elected officials should be responsible for their own district lines. Not to mention the burden it places on staff to protect their bosses is really unbearable and unfair request for them. I suspect several counties will have independent commissions moving forward, but regardless, I'd like to encourage this county to be forward thinking on this. At minimum, I think the county should have advisory. It lays out requirements. and there was a question that was asked, what was wrong in the past? Well, that's easy. In the past, we called it gerrymandering, except it was what every county did. And now we have the opportunity to not do that, to take any thought of impropriety out of the picture and allow citizens to do the job of creating their maps that are for them. And I've been reading the tea leaves a little bit, and I can certainly appreciate the independent redistricting commission might not work. And so I do suggest from that point then doing the advisory committee. I do think putting 2 people in with staff, I think is a very interesting point. But the issue is, at the end of the day, it's unless there's full transparency and the public is included and able to view those meetings, it kind of negates the purpose, I think. So I personally am hopeful that the county will choose some independence here. And I think an advisory option still leaves the power with the board to make the decision that they think is appropriate, but it gives residents of this county the opportunity to provide recommendations to the county. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Joe.
Kathleen, please go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to comment a little bit more about the City of Roseville's Independent Commission, which was part of our charter review process and was voted substantially by the citizens of the City of Roseville to be incorporated into our charter. Now, there are some problems right now. This is the first time we're taking applications, but I'm certain that we will be able to have the 11-member independent commission in place in time to do what is needed. I also would like to encourage you to seriously look at either the independent or the advisory commission on redistricting, because I think it's necessary to restore some trust in government. Right now, trust in government is waning at best. And so I think that having a more transparent and allowing for more public input is really important in the near future. There's been a lot of demographic change in the county, and so I think that having the advisory group would be very, very good. It could move quickly. You don't necessarily need to have as large a group as the City of Roseville determined, but you can, still find a process. The City of Roseville looked into a very complex process. Maybe yours doesn't need to be quite as complex, but I agree with Supervisor Gore that they should not be appointed by the Board of Supervisors. An independent process where the staff selects from the pool of applicants the people who meet the criteria, and then the City of Roseville went one step further, which is that they divided the city into 4 quadrants, and they're selecting by pulling out of the box 2 applicants from each of those 4 quadrants who meet the criteria. The staff determines whether or not they meet the criteria, and then the applicants are pulled by lot out, so that it's very clear that the City Council does not select who's on the independent commission. And I would recommend that you do something very similar, whether you go with independent or advisory. I think it would make a great deal of improvement, and it would relieve each of the boards from each of the Board of Supervisors from criticism about any particular decision that's made when you take it one step beyond your place. If you decide to go with advisory, you still have the downside of people saying, well, they selected it for their gerrymandered or personal reasons. And I think that again undermines trust in government. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak about this. I found your conversations very interesting today on this topic, and I look forward to hearing about your decision or your next steps.
Thank you.
Michael Garabedian, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors members. Placer County tomorrow doesn't have any views on the main question before you right now, namely the process itself. What we do, what we will bring up is what I discussed 10 years ago about the need for a county agricultural supervisor district. What we hope that the decision maker will have along the way or in the end is an idea about what an agricultural district could or would look like. Now, the response we got 10 years ago was a very good, a very nice response, and that was that each member of the board wanted to have some agriculture in their district. Just the same, we think that say the board is the final decision maker, it would be good to them to have some idea what an agricultural district could look like. So that's our concern, however we get to that point of consideration of the maps. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marilyn, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. In part, the difficulty in recruiting people seems to me and my group, Public Interest Coalition, to be tied to a declining trust in government. Realigning districts is or can be one of the most abused or manipulated processes. Whether it's insiders or politics involved, gerrymandering may happen, and they know it's malfeasance, but it happens. We strongly urge an independent oversight, some people, more than one possibly, being unbiased and vetted, who can keep their decisions objective and not take advantage of the process, the realignment process, to end up granting wrongful election, I'll say advantages to specific candidates or districts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amber, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Amber, can you hear me okay?
No, you're not quite loud.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Better. Still soft.
Okay, hi, this is Amber Beckler. I live in Granite Bay. I sent my comments in last night, and I appreciate the deliberation that you're having on this topic. I do think the option that Bonnie had proposed might be a good alternative, although I do like the idea of the independent committee. I think having 2 to 3 people from the public that the staff chooses to work alongside the staff, I think seems like a reasonable trade-off. So that's one thing I would support. The second piece is I want to make sure that the MACs are actually part of the public review process. It wasn't included in the timeline, so it was unclear when that would happen. And then the third item, I would just ask that the county staff also release the digital GIS files to the public, so that the public, regardless if they're part of that committee or not, can also take advantage of looking at the base files and do their own due diligence along with this process. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
No further public comment via Zoom.
Is there someone in the audience who would like to? Welcome, Kirk.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Kirk Euler, Granite Bay resident. A couple thoughts on this. Number one, I would caution the board not to be seduced by the word independent. The legislature conveniently throws that in there to give us a warm, fuzzy feeling that somewhere out there, there are mystical people who, though not otherwise willing to give up their time, would for this, but they don't have any political opinions or affiliations outside of this. They're just going to magically materialize in order to serve on an independent commission, but these aren't people who otherwise have their own points of view. So I'd caution you, don't be seduced by that that word independent the legislature likes to throw in there, I think largely so that they can avoid taking responsibility themselves by saying, oh, we turned it over to an independent commission, but of course we appointed the people to the independent commission. So then there was the notion that staff shouldn't be in the untenable position of having to draw the districts for their bosses, and yet staff should choose the people who are going to draw the districts for their bosses. I'm having trouble reconciling those. 10 years ago, this board gave direction to staff that was fairly clear. It was bring back maps that reflect districts that, number one, try to keep cities in no more than 2 supervisory districts, so that these members of the board can meet with city councils without violating the Brown Act to help resolve problems. And that has worked very effectively. We've seen it work in Roseville very effectively over the years, and I'm sure other jurisdictions have seen that work very effectively as well. And then number 2, try to contain community plan areas within 1 supervisory district so that we don't have a situation like we did a few years ago where districts 4 and 3 got to populate the Horseshoe Bar plan area, and there was some conflict there. So the board sent staff away with that direction. Staff came back with maps that the board adopted, and I think they have worked very well for the last 10 years. So I would encourage the board, number 1, not to be seduced by the notion of independence. At some point, somebody's making a decision, and that decision is going to be influenced by those individuals' personal feelings. And number 2, I think that the board has a history of adopting districts that fairly represent the population, keep communities in total, and allow for each individual supervisor to adequately represent the interests of those particular districts. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one caller left.
Cheryl? Cheryl, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I would like to reiterate what a few people said. I think having access to the data, the maps, is important. I also liked what several people, Joe Patterson, I believe, has some very solid arguments. I think that gerrymandering is an issue, and I would like to propose that since the maps are likely changing, otherwise we wouldn't be in this process, that the people that elected the current supervisors were taxpayers, and that the board, I think, having the final decisions, I'm not sure it matters where your lines are drawn, you're still going to be representing a set of taxpayers. So I think that the decision-making of the having the public involved and also not being appointed, I think having a qualified set of candidates, as one of the persons, I believe it's Kathleen Crawford said, having districts where there's representation from each, however you draw the lines in the county to select that pool from, having candidates selected by qualifications, maybe even anonymously. They don't know who the names are, but they look at the skills and the qualifications, and having them to be able to put forward their independent thoughts as qualified members of the community is the most important part. So I would like to say that the gerrymandering is a big issue, and I also think that having some hybrid independent / advisory is possibly the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further public comment.
Thank you. So we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for, we need a motion, I think, or we should have one, it looks like. Don't need one, but I think it would be better if we had some kind of definition that's more than just individual comments at this point.
So I really appreciate the public comment, and I do think that there is a lack of trust in government in general, right? And we do want to make sure the public participates in the process. you know, and I made a suggestion of adding a couple of public members to our county effort and having that. You know, there is also the option of an advisory redistricting commission. I actually got them laid out by Clayton last night because I didn't see it really clearly in the staff report laid out the meaning of them. So the advisory redistricting commission still allows a group of the public to make suggestions, ultimately allowing the board to make final decision, which might be an option as well. So I'm open to either because I do think it's very important that our public participate, and absolutely we'll have a robust public participation and make sure that people have access to the maps and macs are included. But I'm open to either because I do think it is important that we have a process that's fair and transparent. And I've been on the other end of looking at people gerrymandering districts and thinking that is absolutely crazy. It shouldn't be done that way. I've seen that and I've been frustrated at that as an individual citizen.
So was that a motion in there?
Well, I think,
We have to decide, though.
it's either we do an advisory redistricting commission or we add a couple of members of the public to the county operation to move forward with the outreach, either one.
So can I make a suggestion? Staff is asking that you approve the timeline, and then I think you have discussion about the process. So maybe you take it in 2 bites and decide whether you want to approve the timeline that's outlined in the staff report, and then give direction as to the committee commission. What else do you have?
And I also wanted to just clarify some things that came up in public comment. The Advisory Redistricting Commission was something that was around the last time this was done in 2010, 2011. The change in the law has created the possibility that the county can use the Independent Redistricting Commission. That was a change in 2016, but that's still optional. With respect to the gerrymandering, there is a requirement that was placed in the law that is part of all of these changes that states explicitly that a boundary cannot be adopted that favors or discriminates against a political party. So whatever mechanism you choose, that will be something that will be one of the things that will be evaluated as well in creating those maps.
Thanks.
Great. I like the approach of taking this 2 bites at a time.
Okay.
You know, approving the timeline, bring this back for us to consider, and maybe we can be a little more thoughtful as to what variation we want to put forward. Would that be okay with everyone?
I just have one question.
Sure.
How strict is the timeline? Because right now, we don't even know when we're going to get the data.
Right. Obviously, once we have a better feel for the data, we may be coming back and amending the timeline. There is some flexibility in the timeline right now. There aren't hard and fast dates other than the end date.
Right. Okay. I can live with that.
Was that a motion, Cindy?
That was a motion. Approve the timeline the staff has outlined and bring back the idea of the process, the alternatives on the process for us to consider.
I'll second the motion, and then I have a little more historical context. So I'm an Auburn guy. I was elected to this board in 2004 with the city of Auburn. I've been, involved. Again, in 2008, the city of Auburn was one of my big supporters. And then in 2011, when it was time to make the boundary changes, I gave up the city of Auburn. I graciously gave it up because I knew it was in the best interest of the county. So, sorry, Cindy, I put District 5. But that's the only way we can make it work. So, I think each of us have our own moral compass as far as we're not trying to gerrymander anything. So anyhow, I just wanted to give that little perspective.
And I agree, Jim, that I don't think it's because there's been an issue with us. I go back to the overall trust in government, public transparency, and I want to be a little more thoughtful in what that process looks like. I want the public involved, and I find just reports to Max may not be enough for me. Because I've been on the other side, watching the county from outside and saying, well, God, it's a done deal by the time they bring it to the max. So I want to make sure we have a robust public process.
Well, why don't we have a motion in front of us, and let's I want to make sure if somebody wants to comment on the calendar, I want to allow for that, but otherwise, why don't we vote on that and get that behind us, and then we'll take up the rest later unless, so Suzanne, did you?
Yeah, I just wanted to make one more comment on Bonnie's proposal. I think it might be better to say more specifically if we should have 2 members from each district added to the staff that's going to be doing the redistricting. I know it will make a larger number, but I think two people in a district are better than 1.
Could I make a suggestion in relation to Supervisor Gustafson's motion? And it's also a question of clarification. Is the clarification to bring back how an ad hoc committee would be formed? Is that what what you're asking for?
My personal feeling was we weren't united in moving the next step, whether it was ad hoc or whether it was an advisory. I think I heard some consensus that the board ultimately make the decision, but how do we get that public input? So that's what I thought should be brought back, and we might have 2 or 3 alternatives there.
We might still coalesce around something.
Yes.
I'm not,
Yeah.
so maybe we can approve this.
The calendar.
But I think we could still ultimately get to a resolution.
Today?
I don't know. I'm not quite sure. I mean, it looked like we were coalescing around one, and then I threw out another option. But based on hearing from, hearing from the public, and I just think it's important that we do get that citizen participation.
Jim?
Call for the question.
Okay, there's a motion, Gustafson, second, Holmes, if I recall correctly. And I thought the motion was to adopt the calendar,
Yes.
the time frame.
Yes. And
Okay.
bring back alternatives at a
So it did
future
include bring
meeting.
back the alternatives?
I think I clarified that,
Okay.
correct?
So
I'm
the
looking at
motion-
county council to make sure I did it adequately.
All right, so we do have clarity. So the motion is to adopt the calendar and bring back the question about
The process.
the process as it relates to public input with, I think the inference that staff was going to hear what we said and make some recommendation to us sometime in the future soon. We good? So all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, there are some lights still on.
Oh.
We did it.
We did it. Well, we did part of it.
So we are now, we lost time, and I apologize for that, but we have our 10:30 timed item. We'll take that up now, which is to hold a public meeting, receive public comment on the T-bid. I'm sorry?
This item will probably take about an hour if you want to take it.
Oh, it will take an hour?
It might. We have 10 signed up for public comment.
10 times,
That's 30 minutes with a 15-minute presentation.
okay, so I'll just do a check-in. So it's almost noon. We've got a bunch of people here. Megan is advising us that this may take an hour. So do we want to go ahead and do that and then come back? Do we have about a half an hour of department items if they go in accordance with the time slot? Or we could break for lunch or do something in between.
I'm okay going for an hour with this. I got nuts.
Okay, we will proceed. Aaron? And just, for reference, I want to make sure you guys let me know what you're thinking about all that, because we obviously have meetings these days that last a long time, and people have different thresholds, and it is good to take a lunch break, even if we're working in closed session, so just let me know what your preference is on that. Excuse me.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Erin Casey here with the County Executive Office. Happy to present this item to you on the T-bid. I did want to mention that we have John Lambeth with Civitas on the phone. He'll be available to answer any questions that your board may have specific to the T-bid itself. I also have Jeffrey Hentz, CEO of the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association here, as well as Samir Tuma, who is the current chair of the board for the Resort Association, to provide comment and answer any questions that you may have related to this item. I have presented this item to your board most recently in December, and we talked about the T-bid various times prior to that. I am going to go into detail today on the proposed T-bid as well as the multi-year agreement that your board approved last year. I know there are many members of the public who are tracking this item and are interested in learning more about the T-bid, so I wanted to make sure that I provided a fair amount of detail for those who are in the process of catching up and trying to understand what a T-bid is and what it means for Eastern Placer County. Specifically, I am going to talk about the Resort Association partnership with Placer County, Tourism Master Plan funding history, transient occupancy tax rates, and the way the funds are spent in Eastern Placer County, the T-bid details, multi-year agreement, and then finally the T-bid schedule. The Resort Association and Placer County have had a long-standing partnership, as your board is well aware. The organization was created in 1995 and specifically implemented a destination marketing program, as well as recommended the expenditure of TOT dollars for infrastructure projects and transportation consistent with the Tourism Master Plan. The initial TMP, or Tourism Master Plan, was created in 1995. It was again updated in 2004 and most recently in 2015. I did want to point out that the updates to that document included a robust community engagement and outreach process. The countywide rate for transient occupancy tax is currently 8%. However, on the eastern side of the county, there is an additional 2% layered on top of that for a total 10% TOT rate. That 2% was reauthorized in 2002 and 2012, initially approved by voters in 1996. Those additional funds are specifically or have specifically been invested in infrastructure and transportation services as recommended by the Resort Association and ultimately approved by your board. Project types include trails, expanded TART service, which is our public transit system in Eastern Placer County, visitor serving facilities, and recreational amenities, including parks and park facilities. That existing 2% does sunset in 2022. I did also want to mention that our 10% TOT rate is actually lower than all surrounding jurisdictions in our community. Most tourism destinations in the state of California are anywhere between 12 and 14%. In South Lake Tahoe, they are at between 12 and 14% TOT rate, depending on where you live. The town of Truckee is at 12%, plus they have an additional 1.25% for their T-bid, which means that a guest staying at a lodging property in Truckee will pay 13.25%. So we are below those averages in Eastern Placer County. The funding gap that it was identified by the Tourism Master Plan in 2015 is close to $100 million. And what's important here is that the revenues that are generated in Eastern Placer are invested in the county for infrastructure purposes and transportation do help us address some of the priorities outlined in the Tourism Master Plan, but that doesn't get us close to covering that $100 million in capital projects that were identified by the community and by your board in accepting that updated document. Staff did, in 2019, take a look at the projects outlined in the Tourism Master Plan and updated that list. Again, that list includes trails, such as Bike One paved paths, transportation services and infrastructure, and other visitor-serving amenities like theaters, museums, and other. That funding gap was actually increased, and it's over about $200 million over an 8-year period. And that's between Tier 1 and Tier 2 priorities as called out in that document. Those costs also continue to increase. You have to keep in mind that that gap, the initial funding gap, was based on 2015 dollars and 2015 estimates of what it would cost to construct a lot of these facilities, and many of those costs have increased since that time. I do also want to point out that the current Tourism Master Plan does not include workforce housing as a priority, nor does it include the cost to implement projects to supply workforce housing in our community. Closing the gap. So that's what we're here to talk about today, is how do we close that $200 million gap and growing in Eastern Placer County. And that is really one of the primary roles of the TBID and the reason for it in the community. The Resort Association decided to contract with an organization called Civitas Advisors. They have a lot of experience working with a number of jurisdictions in the state of California on developing TBIDs. They also worked in Eastern Placer County to form the first TBID in Placer in Squaw and Alpine Meadows, which is used to support transportation service, specifically microtransit. In order to form or propose the formation of the current TBID that we're talking about today, Civitas analyzed data from several business industries, including lodging, retail, restaurants, and recreation. And they also worked with the Resort Association to develop a management district plan, which is attached to the staff report and has a lot of detail that I'm going to refer to here shortly. And that document talks about the budget for the TBID and the ways in which the revenues would be spent and what the assessment will be depending on the type of business and the geographic location of that business in Eastern Placer County. More detail on what a TBID is. There have been 109 formed throughout the state of California, so this isn't new, and they have been so successful that other states in the United States are expanding and implementing TBIDs as well. They're formed through the Property and Business Improvement District Law of 1994. I did want to point out that a TBID is not a tax. That has come up in some of the public comment that I have read and that your board has likely received at this point. There are a number of important differences and distinctions. In the case of the TBID here, or the assessment, the way in which the assessment is approved is by the businesses that are within the proposed district itself, as opposed to going to voters that would vote on, for example, a TOT increase or other tax increases or a tax in general. Also, an important difference is the way in which the TBID dollars are managed and overseen. In the case of the proposed TBID today, those dollars would be overseen by those businesses that are assessed, and that is outlined very specifically and in a detailed manner in the management district plan. So again, those businesses that are assessed and are receiving direct benefit from this TBID are also overseeing and managing the TBID itself, which is, again, one of the important differences between that TBID, those assessment dollars, and tax dollars that would be coming directly to the board for oversight, for allocation, because they are general tax dollars. Businesses are assessed, as I mentioned. In order to pass a TBID, you have to receive 50 plus 1% of the weighted vote in order to be successful, which we have received, and is why we presented the resolution of intention to your board in December. And then the budget that is developed, as I mentioned, is included in the management district plan. I did also want to point out something that I think is important, is that the TBID, and this has come up in some of the public comment, what are the types of services, what types of products are assessed? And I'll cover that in a little bit more detail, but I did want to mention that non-taxable food items are not assessed. So you go into Safeway, a grocery store, you're purchasing your groceries, you're not going to pay that additional assessment for purchasing those products. There are, however, other services that I'll go over in just a moment where you would pay that assessment. So there are multiple business types included in this TBID. That makes it a bit unique for many of the TBIDs in the state of California. Most of those assess lodging only. There is another TBID in the state at Mammoth Lakes that assesses not only lodging, but retailers, recreation, and activity providers as well. So this TBID is modeled after that one. So there is a nice example that we can refer to and have referred to, and Civitas was involved in developing and forming that TBID as well. One of the benefits of engaging multiple business sectors is that you're spreading that cost, the money or the revenues that are collected to really address that funding gap across several business sectors, as opposed to like the TOT revenues, they're all focused on lodging. So the lodging sector is collecting and remitting those dollars to the county. In the case of this proposed T-bid, not only is lodging collecting the assessment, but so would retail providers, recreation service providers, and restaurants within the T-bid boundaries themselves. The impacts to residents are estimated, so we did talk with Mammoth Lakes a bit to get an understanding from them what impacts have been to their full-time residents on costs per year, and that estimate is between about $25 to $30 on average. For our proposed T-bid, a restaurant, for example, the assessment rate is 1%. So if you went out to eat one night a month, had a nice dinner, spent $200, you would be assessed $2. If you did that every month for the year, you're looking at a $24 cost, additional cost that you would be paying that you would not be paying now. So that just gives you some idea of what the impacts would be to somebody who's living in the community and going out on a regular basis to a restaurant, or who might go in and buy something from a store downtown. But that's also why it's important to mention that if you're buying food items that are not taxable, you're not going to be assessed on those items. In addition, funds are locally controlled by a board representing the businesses that are assessed. So again, those businesses that are within the boundaries are paying that assessment, have an active role in overseeing the funds, overseeing the T-bid, and ensuring that those dollars are being allocated as outlined in the management district plan. The T-bid will have a 5-year life and can be renewed again within that or after that 5-year period for another 10-year period, should the business community want to see the T-bid move forward. Placer County will also collect the T-bid revenues and remit those to the Resort Association. And I think that's important to say, is that the Resort Association is the proposed entity that would be essentially the T-bid board and overseeing the T-bid, revising its board to ensure it's consistent with what's outlined in the management district plan, and also engages with businesses that are also part of the T-bid as well. I did want to call out specifically the management district plan. As I mentioned, it is in the board packet, and I'm hopeful that members of the community have had a chance to look through this. I think it's important when you look at the management district plan, specifically on page 10, it really starts to provide real important information and detail on the budget of the T-bid and how the dollars will be allocated. So it starts by talking about visitor service and visitor centers, about $500,000 being allocated to that service, which is an existing service the Resort Association provides. There's also business support and advocacy, which includes a number of potential areas of focus, including support for the Tahoe City Downtown Association and the North Tahoe Business Association. Both business associations are heavily engaged with many of our small business owners that have retail space or restaurants in downtown areas. And so this is a tremendous partnership opportunity between those business associations, the Resort Association, and the business community to ensure both organizations have consistent funding, no longer have to chase businesses for membership dues because that will be replaced by T-bid revenue, and can continue to support those businesses within those downtown core areas. When you go to the next page, on page 11, there's a fair amount there for economic development, transportation, and other opportunities, about $500,000 allocated there. And then sustainability and mitigation of tourism impacts, about $200,000 included in there as well. And you can see that based on this management district plan, that can include funds for additional trash collection during peak periods, installation of servicing of more dog waste station, additional maintenance and service of public restrooms. So it's inclusive of a lot of high priority services that we continue to hear about from the community that these dollars can be used for. The reason I'm calling this out specifically is because there's a lot of talk about this being for marketing only. While marketing is a component of this, and it's a large chunk of the budget, I did want to point out that that is really what the budget is now for the Resort Association on its marketing program. And the additional revenue that the organization would be receiving, the difference is about $2 million, is allocated to a lot of these areas that I just highlighted for you, which are services that the organization doesn't have the funding, and nor does the county necessarily, doesn't have as much funding as we would with the TBID to provide. So I just thought it was important to cover that with your board and make sure that the public is aware of this, and encourage those that have questions about the TBID to take a look at that document. I also did want to mention, and I passed this out to your board, it is a diagram. It says Competitive Destinations 2018-19 Marketing Budgets. And what's important here is you'll see the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association's budget is about $4 million currently with Placer County. The other jurisdictions on there show you what their destination marketing organizations receive in funding for their marketing program. So Mammoth all the way up to almost $9 million. Park City about the same. You can see Napa, Sonoma are close to that. South Lake Tahoe is at over $7 million, and currently the Resort Association is at $4 million. So much lower revenue than our competitive set. And I will add that with the increased revenue from the TBID that the organization will receive, while that does increase their budget and put them in a more competitive position with others, they're still far below many of our competitive set, including Mammoth and Park City. And as I mentioned, a lot of the additional revenues the organization will receive will not solely be allocated to marketing services. So I just wanted to make sure I called that out for your board. And I'm happy to, hopefully you'll have a copy of this and we can make this available to the public as well for those that have interest in taking a look at it. Some of the business community feedback. The Resort Association has had extensive meetings. Jeff Hens can speak to that in detail if you want to hear about it. And over 200 meetings with business owners in the community, many public outreach initiatives and efforts. I did also pass out to your board this packet here. On the front page, you'll see this was actually sent to all businesses early last year. It included the petition as well. And I just thought this was important to share so that you could see the extent the organization went to ensure that businesses were educated about what a TBID is, calling out the important difference between an assessment and a tax, or a TBID and TOT. A lot of the visuals that you see in this document have also been provided online or have been included in e-newsletters or presentations that have been provided by the organization at various times throughout the last 2 years. You'll also note there are some letters of support from different business owners in the community as well. So again, just wanted to make sure your board was aware of the outreach efforts the organization has undertaken to ensure businesses are educated and understand what the TBID is. I also will say that the the meetings with the business community that the Resort Association had did in fact inform the management district plan, the way it's structured. Some of those line items within the budget were a direct result of feedback from the business community itself, including tourism mitigation. I remember when those discussions were happening, and that was direct feedback from the business community. Hey, we need a line item in there so that we can cover some of these additional costs. And the Resort Association responded by including that. Now it's in the management district plan. I did also want to mention that the Resort Association presented to the North Tahoe Regional Advisory Council, or NITRAC, last year on October 10th of 2019, and then again to the Squaw Valley MAC on March 5th of 2020, just to make sure that our representatives from the MACs were aware of the TBID, what it would entail, and what the impacts to the community would look like. As a result of that work with the business community, the Resort Association negotiated with Placer County, your board specifically, to ensure that the TOT dollars that have been set aside for over 20 years that fund the current contract with the Resort Association would be used or continue to be used in Eastern Placer County. The reason that's important is because the TBID revenue replaces that TOT money. And so what happens with that $4+ million? Your board, by way of that 5-year contract that you approved, agreed to allocate those dollars, continue allocating them in Eastern Placer County. You also agreed that the Resort Association would advise your board on how those dollars would be spent, and then more specifically, that the dollars would be focused on workforce housing and transportation priorities. Again, a direct result of feedback from the business community saying we need workforce housing for our community, we need revenue for that, and we also need to make sure that we're keeping up on the transportation front. The agreement is contingent on the formation of the T-bid. The agreement will commence the moment the T-bid is formed. We anticipate bringing the resolution of formation back to your board on March 9th. If your board were to approve that, then that agreement will become active and may be extended or renewed if approved by your board, especially if the T-bid is renewed. And the Resort Association Board did also approve that agreement on January 14th of 2019. I did make note here that there would be an annual follow-on contract with the Resort Association, even though they would no longer be funded with TOT for their primary operations. We would be contracting with them to assist us with the recommendations on housing and transportation, their role as co-chair on the CAP committee, and then also we'll need an agreement because we will be collecting and remitting the T-bid dollars to the organization. The projected T-bid formation timeline, you can see at the top two items, December 15th, the resolution of intention. Your board took action and approved that. January 15th, I worked with the clerk's office. Thank you very much, Megan Wood and your staff, for helping get 5,000 notices out on the 15th, which we did. And today we're here for the public meeting, January 26th. March 9th, we will bring the resolution of formation to your board for the public hearing. And I did also want to clarify there have been some concerns that the assessment collections would begin on April 1st. And that's not the case. Assessment collections would begin on July 1st. We understand that it's going to take time to get ourselves ready and to make sure that businesses are ready to start collecting. One, we're still trying to navigate some treacherous waters with COVID and trying to resume operations, sort of slowly ramping back up. And also some businesses need time to make updates to their systems to ensure that they're able to collect those dollars and then they remit those appropriately. So we want to give them that kind of time. Resort Association will also hold workshops for businesses to ensure that they understand what the T-bid is, what assessment rate they fall into, which zone they're located in, and then any other assistance that business may require to ensure they're able to easily collect and then remit those dollars. With that, that concludes my presentation. I'm very happy to answer any questions that your board may have. And as I mentioned, we have others here to provide public comment and answer questions as well. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Aaron. Do any board, Cindy?
Well, I have a question. I know the answer, but I'm going to ask the question so it's articulated in public. So let's take your restaurant example. And if I drove across the state line to Crystal Bay, or if I drove to Truckee to have dinner, what would my tax rate be on that meal?
So in Truckee, so just to be clear, the current sales tax rate in Placer County is 7.25%. In the town of Truckee, it's 8.25%, so you'd be paying more in sales tax there for your meal. In Reno, it's also 8.265, and Washoe County is the same. So the surrounding areas have higher sales tax rates than we do on Placer County.
So even if the assessment was passed on the businesses, which is not a tax but an assessment, the visitor or the user would pay the same as Truckee or less than Incline Village or Washoe County and Reno.
That is correct.
And I think it's so important because we have had a lot of public comment on you're putting a burden on these businesses. And we are not. The businesses are choosing to do this as a mechanism they want, first off. Secondly, the user pays this. So if there isn't business, it isn't paid. And I think thirdly, for those of us who live in the mountains know, very few of our major purchases occur in our local community. You're not likely to buy a refrigerator or a washer dryer or any of your major purchases in our community. And so I think it's important for people to understand anywhere you would go nearby, if you go to Reno, you're going to end up making that major purchase.
Right.
And pay that extra, in that situation, tax. if, so for the locals, and I'm really, you know, aware that locals feel that this could be a burden on them. But again, they have a choice, and in the surrounding communities. Would also say, and I'll talk later under some comments, but almost everything that has been done for the last 30 years with TOT funding for infrastructure has been a benefit to locals as well. So when you look at the bike trails, the beaches, all of those things. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but thanks for clarifying the sales tax, because even
Yes.
though this isn't a tax, it will put those on
Yes.
an even platform moving forward.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Gustafson.
Bonnie?
And to follow up on that question, then the question is about the TOT on hotels in North Lake Tahoe versus the TOT in surrounding jurisdictions. And I know we had comments from folks who like have rentals up in North Star and how that would affect them. So would you comment on sort of the difference in the TOT rates in our jurisdiction and how that affects
Absolutely.
the difference there?
Yep, so there's 8% countywide, 2% additional on the eastern side of the county. That puts us at 10%. But other surrounding areas, including Truckee, for example, are at 12%. So if you're staying at a hotel in Truckee versus at North Star, let's say you're staying at a short-term rental in Truckee versus North Star, you're going to be paying 12% versus 10% right now. I will add that Truckee also has a T-bid. And so in addition to that 12%, you'd be paying a 1.25% T-bid assessment. So you're looking at over 13% in Truckee. In North Star, with this increase, I did want to add that for lodging assessments, there's a difference depending on where you're located geographically. So if you're in the Tahoe Basin, you're going to be paying a 2% assessment at lodges in the basin. If you're at North Star or Squaw, you're going to be paying 1%. So that means that an existing rate at 10%, it's going to increase to 11% with this assessment on top of that. So if you're a guest staying at a house in North Star versus a guest staying at a house in Truckee, in North Star you'll be paying 11%, which includes the 10% TOT plus the 1% assessment. In Truckee you're going to be paying 13.25%, which includes the 12% TOT rate plus the 1.25% assessment. So it's still lower than our surrounding areas if you're a guest staying at North Star versus other parts of our communities.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
I see no other questions from, excuse me, colleagues. So I'll open it up to the public. We have several people here from the public. If they'd like to start, they're welcome to come forward, state their name for the record.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wygant and Board of Supervisors. Jeffrey Hintz, North Lake Tahoe Resort Association CEO. I just wanted to, first of all, thank all of you for the great support and help. This has been a vision for this business district for several years, and it's great that we are close now to crossing the finish line. We have, over the last 18 months, our organization has made extensive outreach to our business community. That includes town hall meetings, extensive number of town hall meetings with the business community, emails, direct mail, phone, web, social media, every possible communication tool that is out there we have utilized to make sure that the community understands the benefits of the Tourism Business Improvement District and what it means for our business community. That provided the results that we brought to you back in December, which is we crossed well over that threshold of 50.1% and have now engaged you for these final few steps. We're very excited and very thankful for the support that we've been given and working alongside Aaron Casey in this process. And as Aaron mentioned, even with the T-bid added on to the TOT rate, we will still be lower than both our surrounding communities and many communities throughout California. So I'm happy to answer any other questions related to our efforts in pursuing the T-bid.
Thank you. I see no questions. Anyone else here?
Actually, I did have a question. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Jeff.
That's okay.
Another factor that I don't think is conveyed to the public enough is are visitors equal? Is a day visitor and a destination visitor equal?
Typically not. Typically, your day visitor and most destinations aren't really paying into any of what we call visitor impact. And the beauty about this tourism business improvement district is that the day visitors will actually now start to pay into the process and into that visitor impact. Because our day visitors, which make up 42%, and we believe it's even higher than that, of a daily visit to our destination, it's not all overnight visitors, it's actually a huge percentage of day visitors, which taxes our community tremendously throughout the basin. Will now be paying into this because obviously when they go to a restaurant, food and beverage, activity, because they're all coming up to participate in activities, will be paying into this and now can contribute to the overall picture of helping mitigate some of the tourism impacts that we see. So this will help tremendously.
And one follow-up question on that. Your focus on marketing and the special events and many of the activities that the Resort Association has sponsored, have those been focused on drive-up markets or on destination visitors? And maybe explain why.
Well, typically our efforts and what our efforts have been leading up to this and continue to be is to try to balance what we call visitation. So it's really the dollars that we spend is to bring what we call overnight visitors during off seasons, during our shoulder seasons. We don't make efforts to bring more day visitors to. That's just not a prudent way to spend dollars. What we do though, and what we have really stepped up our efforts over the last several months, and we'll actually continue to ramp up these efforts, is to create communication of visitor behavior and getting more messaging to those day visitors through other creative communication ways to get people to understand, especially our day visitors, as well as overnight visitors, is the visitor behavior and the responsibility that they have to our destination. But we don't spend money to bring in what we call day visitors. We spend money, our marketing dollars, to bring in overnight visitors and to put them into those off-season periods. Hope that answers your question, Supervisor Gustafson. Thank you.
Thank you. So Megan, do we have callers?
Go ahead and go ahead and state your name for the record.
Ann Nichols.
Ann, can you turn the audio off in the background, please?
Sorry.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hang on. Hi. Should I start speaking now? Or
Yes, go ahead.
is this being recorded? Is that because he's speaking? Or anyway, that's just what my computer said. Anyway, my name is Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance, 50-year resident of North Shore Lake Tahoe. And some things that I think were misleading in the presentation is that the North Shore lodging will pay 12% on the new tax, and the Squaw and Alpine and North Star will be 11. So it's a difference if you have an Airbnb or whatever in the Area 1, which is in North Shore, versus the other Squaw or Vail. So that's not, that I don't think was clear in their presentation. And that the difference between all the other T-bids in California and this one is that Mammoth is the only other one that goes to this length where they go after restaurants and retail. The other T-bids, they don't necessarily do that. So this is a new scope, and the voters will be paying this, but they didn't get any say. This is, I don't care whether you call this a tax or an assessment. It is a tax. It is on the bill, and locals will be paying it. And I don't know if you do, but I go into the grocery store and buy beer or buy wine. We'll be paying. We go to the restaurant. We'll be paying. We go to the rafting company. We'll be paying. So this is really harsh, I think, to do this on the restaurants. And I don't know why Cindy is so pushing this so hard when many people, they're so involved with COVID. They haven't. I've talked to a lot of restaurant owners. They didn't know that this was the case, that, they were just trying to stay alive. So I think that the T-bid should stick to lodging, stay away from the retail and the restaurant people, and do their increase that way. until there really is truly public knowledge about this, because I don't want Vail and Squaw having the most say in where this money is spent. And, how do we know whether, what do we do if it's not done right? At least if the county handles the money, we can go back to the county. But in this case, it's going to be these big corporations, and I don't want them making these decisions for me, I know. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go ahead and state your name for the record and give your comments.
Ellie Waller, Tahoe is my backyard. What businesses decided the T-bid should be proposed at all? And who makes up the 50% in favor? The public should be provided that information. During Ms. Casey's presentation, I'd like to know what about funding for non-town center businesses like those in Tahoe Vista where I lived for 19 years, and who might help cover costs for those small businesses that can't upgrade their systems. My primary reason for my comments today is the engineer's report. When will that be available for public review? Required within that is a list of properties or businesses to be assessed, including the assessor parcel numbers for properties to be assessed, and a statement of the method or methods by which the expenses of a district will be imposed. This should be provided before the March meeting and should be made available online as soon as that is available. From the California Debt and Investment Advisory Committee, the information that's provided to local agencies, including cities, counties, and special districts, may establish assessment districts for the purpose of financing all or a portion of the cost of certain public improvements. Each property within an assessment district is assessed an amount sufficient to cover the proportional cost. An explanation of the cost of and what Placer's definition of certain public improvements is should be discussed today. An explanation of the special benefits each business being assessed will receive from public understanding is necessary and should be discussed. All assessments adopted by the local agency and imposed on properties within the assessment district must be supported by a detailed engineer's report. Yep, I'm a broken record. Where's the detailed engineer's report? And has a detailed engineer, professional engineer, been hired? The report must identify the total cost of those improvements. The engineer's report should have been provided at the packet for this meeting. It should also be posted on the county's webpage. A series of recent court decisions challenging the methods of apportioning general and special benefits used for certain assessments in California has led agencies to question the viability of this financing. The apportionment method may and should, when appropriate, use multiple property characteristics to determine the proportional benefits. All of this is in my comments, which the public probably hasn't been able to review. I'm hoping that when your final meeting comes forward, and you are already stated that you've exceeded the 50%, that it's known that Altera and Vail are probably approximately 40%. And they have no corporate offices here, but they'll be major board members as outlined.
Elliot,
So
would you please wrap up your comments?
more information provided the public. I am closing. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Hi, it's Ron Cohen. I am the President and Chief Operating Officer for Squaw Valley Alpine Meadows. Hello, everyone on the board and staff. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. So I'll just address a couple things about why at Squaw Alpine we support this T-bid formation. So personally, this is my third T-bid that all have been involved in the formation. The first being Mammoth, now I think 7 years ago when that was formed, and then the second being the Squaw Alpine Transit Company here in Placer County, which was formed about 2 years ago. And I've experienced these and found them to be very effective ways to deal with tourism communities. The money raised can really address important needs of the community. And so, for example, in Squaw Alpine, where we formed the Squaw Alpine Transit Company, that runs the Mountaineer, it's on a pause right now due to the lack of funding, as it was tied to lift tickets and lodging. But ultimately, we're going to get that going again. And when it was running, it was incredibly well received by our guests and by our locals. And that's the kind of thing a TBID can do. As this one has come about through formation, I've really pushed on the formation side to make sure that the categories of services, the allocations available, those buckets that money can go into to provide services are adequately described for the area. And what I've really pushed for is to have buckets for tourism impacts and tourism infrastructure. And I think that's incredibly important, that we raise money for offsetting tourism impacts and infrastructure. I've also pushed that this not be used for new and additional attraction marketing money. Maybe at some point in the future, we'll need to convince more people to come here than we already are through our existing funding with NLTRA. But I don't believe that that's the case right now. I think we have a lot of people coming here, and what we need to do is serve them when they get here. And so I think the structure of how this has been set up has been done really well, and that 15% ability to move within those as needed is a really good idea. This is not a burden on businesses. I've been through these now for 7 years. We had the very similar discussions when we were setting this up in Mammoth, and when we came to the 5-year renewal, it went through without hardly a word because it had been so successful. So appreciate everybody's time. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Happy to answer any questions, but otherwise, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name for the record.
Aaron Rudnick.
Hi, Aaron. Can you turn the audio off in the background, please?
Yep, I just muted it.
Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead with your comments, Aaron.
Hi, good morning. This is Aaron Rudnick. Thanks for taking the time to let us all speak. I've got, plenty of concerns with this. I think a lot of them are already being covered today by other people's comments, so I'll try to keep it from being redundant. One thing, though, in that presentation originally by Ms. Casey, I think $24 to $30 is a little low for the impact on a local. I think a lot of people would go out to eat more than once a month and see that in just about everything. But as we've already discussed a lot of the inherent concerns, I want to focus a little bit more on my family and our business. One of the issues with this is the Proposition 26 requiring assessment funds to be expended on specific benefits and privileges granted to the payers. I just do not see anywhere where that could be a benefit to us. We have no shoulder season. We've averaged less than 70 days of operation per summer over the last 5 years. We are at the mercy of the federal water master. We have no control over when we can be open, and I cannot remember in 12 years that I've been running the company that we've actually been able to have a full summer season. We're about 2 months, and that's as good as we get. With that, we are limited by a county ordinance in our business, and about the only one I've heard of that's in the same boat. So we are actually fully limited and cannot grow any more than we are. We've been maxed out since I've taken over. The county will not allow us to grow our business. I just really don't think we should be paying into a fund that is allegedly there to grow our businesses, especially in the shoulder season, which we don't have. On top of that, last year, the chairman of the board for the NLTRA went out of his way to try to shut down my family business, which was really taken as a petty retaliation for a squabble over a separate property. We're not even allowed to use, as was stated last summer, our own private property in other places in town right by our business venue. So if we can't even use private and we're strictly forbidden from using anything public, I just really would want to know why we wouldn't have an exemption and why we would have to pay into something that absolutely cannot help us. We cannot grow more than we are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Hi, this is Dan Tester.
Go ahead, Dan.
Good afternoon. Dan Tester again. I sit on the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association Board of Directors, and I'm also one of the principals of Granite Peak Management. We're an Alpine Meadows-based property and hospitality management company. My company is a fairly large collector of Placer County TOT, and we employ roughly 75 people, many of them Placer County residents. Thanks for the opportunity to offer my support for the passage of the North Lake Tahoe TBID. This TBID is a really unique opportunity for the North Lake Tahoe community, and it's been a long time coming. I know Aaron alluded to the tourism master plan. There are 3 different master plans in the last 20-odd years for the Resort Association, and all have identified the need for more funding across the local business industries to accomplish the goals of the master plan. The passage and implementation of this TBID will help us to achieve these goals. The roughly $6 million in annual TBID funds will promote and offset the impacts of a year-round North Lake Tahoe economy. And these locally governed funds will focus on programs to offset tourism impacts and provide visitor services, on programs to support business advocacy and economic development for our region, and to support marketing and promotions and special events to drive and sustain a year-round economy for North Lake Tahoe. In addition to the TBID funds, we also appreciate the opportunity as a community to make recommendations to your board regarding TOT tax funds and to really address some of the long-time areas of community concern, and this includes notably additional workforce housing, traffic control and mitigation and transportation solutions for the area, and other key infrastructure improvements that benefit the community. I've been involved with the Resort Association for many years and through several different iterations, and it's really exciting to see the TBID and to get this much closer to fruition. And speaking for myself and my company, I wanted to thank you, the board, for your continued support of the TBID, and I can't wait to see this get across the goal line and to participate in the implementation of this really key North Lake Tahoe initiative. It's a golden opportunity, and it's a win for all stakeholders. So I thank you again for the opportunity to offer my support for the TBID, and happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, thanks again.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Yes, good afternoon, Supervisors. Chris Ager of Tahoe City. The proposed TBID amounts to a new tax on those of us who live in this community. It is a lesson from Econ 101 that the consumer always pays the tax. There are a fair number of us in the community who choose to spend their dollars locally, even though doing so is more expensive than shopping elsewhere or online, because we know that dollars spent locally are recirculated within our community. Yet, everyone has a breaking point at which the premium for shopping locally is no longer justifiable. Will this new tax be the straw that breaks the camel's back as it concerns shopping locally, thereby leading the local businesses to lose the revenue that comes from community members? While the NLTRA contract that Ms. Casey discussed would have the NLTRA merely recommending where certain TOT funds should be spent as it concerns housing and transportation issues, earlier discussions had the NLTRA directing the use of these funds. One must wonder just how far you, the board, will go in deferring to the recommendations of the NLTRA as it concerns the use of public funds. The history of this leads me to believe that the board's approval of the use of funds will be a mere formality, meaning that, in fact, an unelected, democratically unaccountable body will de facto be directing the use of public funds. Why should the NLTRA have an outsized voice in deciding how funds should be allocated? If they have a voice, they can speak it, as one voice in the democratic process. But in this particular instance, I would like to note what is known in economics as a moral hazard.
Specifically, Vail Resorts, which reported over $300 million in profit in the year preceding the pandemic, and Altera Mountain Company, which KSL, who claimed that they needed financial returns of a whopping 14% when proposing the Squaw Valley specific plan, while being opposed to reasonable employee housing requirements as a major partner, will both be in positions to recommend that public funds be put towards creating workforce housing. Our community is in need of workforce housing, but letting corporations who ship millions in profits from their local operations to distant shareholders while not putting forth their own money to provide housing for their own workforce direct public funds towards projects that will provide considerable economic to themselves is outrageous. Finally, unfortunately, more TOT dollars being freed up is not an unequivocal good. If you look at some of the county's recent initiatives in the area, such as the proposed Dollar Creek Crossing development for workforce and achievable housing, these have been highly controversial within the community, giving the county more financial firepower to run roughshod over the legitimate concerns of the community, as would happen if the T-bid were to be implemented, is a serious problem. Until the county has consistently and repeatedly demonstrated that they are capable of using funds for the unequivocal benefit of the community, skepticism is warranted as it concerns providing greater means which might end up being used to the detriment of the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Hi, this is Steve Topol.
Go ahead, Steve.
Hi. Yes, I apologize first if I sound like I'm intoxicated at my restaurant, but I'm not. I just got the dentist chair and my mouth is a little bit numb, but I'll do the best I can to pronunciate and so you can understand me. I'm asking you as human beings to delay making the decision to implement this, the T-bid, because this extra 1% is going to hurt all of us, including the local people who live here. It may not sound like a lot of money to anybody, but from the restaurant standpoint, you know, another 1% is just another tax increase to our ultimate consumer, and not half of our restaurant consumers are locals, and they eat here on a regular basis, and they're going to feel it. And the people who are in our bar, we absorb the taxes that we pay to the state. We don't charge them $5.67 for a drink. We charge them $5, and we pay the additional amount. So every percentage point that you charge is another drain on our treasury, which is diminished to the point now where it's very difficult to do business, and any additional monies that we have to pay out just makes it much harder. And us raising prices to our local people who spend most of our time in the bars, socializing with one another. This is where they get them a lot of their activity or mental health is taken care of there. 1% may not sound like a lot, but to these people, a lot of them are unemployed, out of work, you know, and living paycheck to paycheck, and their lives are centered around watching football and being in the bar. They're not out with, you know, that's just not who they are. So we have to absorb that. We can't raise the prices. Our revenues from the restaurant, because of COVID, have dropped 50%. And this month of December, we're down again to another 50%. And, you know, we're losing money. Luckily, we've saved some money, and we had the help of the PPP program to help us during the summertime. But it's been a real struggle, and any other amount that we have to pay out is a real drain and a real strain for us. And we would ask to please postpone this until times are better. Thank you very much, Board.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Go ahead and give your comments for the record. Melissa?
It's me. Oh, yes. Hi.
Hi.
State my name. This is Melissa Stig.
Go ahead and give your comments.
Okay. Hi, I'm the owner of 2 businesses in Tahoe City that will be impacted by the T-bid, the Tahoe Art House and Cinema and the Tahoe Tap House. I believe the T-bid will allow for more local control. These allow for the Resort Association to advocate for the local business community in a much stronger way and give North Tahoe businesses a more independent voice. Placer County has committed to redirecting the $4.1 million it currently allocates to fund the NLTRA and business associations to transportation solutions, tourism impact offsets, and workforce housing initiatives, important issues to everyone in our community. The additional money will help to expand public transportation and ensure that more employees can afford to live here. Best of all, we get to decide where those funds are spent. And who knows what a community needs better than the people who live and work there. TBID funds must be spent on programs and activities that directly benefit the businesses paying the assessment. Again, this means more local control, more money spent on projects that are important to TBID members. The TBID offers an opportunity to regain control of our future and create solutions to some of our biggest problems. In my 20 years in Tahoe, this is the first time I've seen Placer County offer North Tahoe a chance for some independence. Let's not pass up this moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kylie, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good afternoon, Chair Wygant, members of the board. My name is Kylie Bigelow, Executive Director of the Tahoe City Downtown Association. The TCA Board of Directors voted to advocate for the TBID in June of 2019 after multiple discussions with the NLTRA. We've been highly engaged with the process since. TCA board members and I have spent many meetings and many hours engaging with small businesses in Tahoe City to educate and inform them on the TBID and request their support. This ranges from restaurants, retail, and recreation providers. There were some common reasons that Tahoe City businesses that I spoke to wanted to support the TBID. The first reason, it's been mentioned many times, is the local control of funds generated. This aspect is very attractive because it will allow for our community to have access to funds raised for local projects and programs. Additionally, the business owners felt comfortable that the TBID would be managed by local businesses, those community leaders that have a good understanding of our community issues and concerns. The second reason was more dollars towards housing needs. Many business owners have a hard time finding long-term, dependable staff, and it's often because employees can't find long-term affordable housing. Our community needs creative solutions to our housing crisis, and the TBID would provide funds to address this issue. The last reason that stood out was that mitigation of tourism is a line item in the TBID. Tourism impacts have been brought to the forefront this year. We saw more trash and graffiti this summer than ever before. While local agencies tried to manage the increased demand for trash and cleanup, more support was needed. The TBID would allow for funds to be accessed to prevent and mitigate some of these issues and help our communities better manage our busy seasons. The TBID is a great opportunity for our community. While the TBID is a bit complicated and a little confusing at first, this is our chance to take control of funds raised in North Lake Tahoe and make positive changes. Additionally, the business community will vote again on the TBID in 5 years. The TBID has 5 years to prove itself impactful. I think our business community is ready to take the leap and try the TBID. I believe we will look back and be glad that we did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheryl, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, Cheryl Berkema. I actually live in western Placer County, but the parallels are pretty significant and they correspond to each other. In western Placer County, you have Sunset Area Plan Placer Ranch. A half a dozen of the wealthiest individuals in the United States put forward a plan with the county. It was approved. There isn't enough affordable housing. There isn't enough infrastructure, yet it was approved. The same sounds like it's happening here. A half dozen wealthiest people in the United States, again, are leading the way without infrastructure and without affordable housing. Business development tells you that this is a good thing. They need more money. How much percentage of profits is okay? First of all, the timing of this is shameful. While people are looking for vaccines, they're looking for food, they're looking for housing, and we have the problems of the upper class clouding the judgment of the county. So I think that in addition, talking about infrastructure and workforce housing, how can you justify business development expanding while you don't have the infrastructure and the workforce housing? That problem will not go away. That problem will be compounded by this. The affordable housing element was just submitted to the state. You're 7,600 units behind, yet you want to do more business development. People are starving, they're losing their businesses, yet the parallels are the same. Cindy Gustafson, I understand that you're on many, many boards. So I ask you, are you representing those boards, or are you representing all of the residents that are struggling in your community? I think it's really important. We started this meeting out today talking about the Sierra and the Placer Community Foundation doing great work. I think you're going to drive business over the state line by doing this, because there's nobody there to support all these other businesses. And the people that are taking the brunt of it shouldn't have to be. The businesses that were put in place had to pay their share of infrastructure and their share of workforce housing, and it wasn't done. And so now the people that can least afford to do it are being asked to do it. I think the timing should be delayed until you can solve the real world problems of vaccines and food and housing in your community. Thank you.
Alyssa, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Alyssa Riley, and I'm the Executive Director for the North Tahoe Business Association. NTBA would like to point out and speak today about the benefits that the TBID will bring to our communities and businesses. The financial aspects and the local control of these finances is one of the biggest benefits that the TBID will bring to the North Lake Tahoe region. The $4.1 million annually that has been approved to stay in Eastern Placer will be additional TOT funding available for our communities and will bring added support for the growing needs to our businesses and community members. We're looking forward to seeing the additional funding projected by the TBID to stay in the communities that it is generated in. More specifically, we support that the additional funding is dedicated to go to bettering transportation needs in North Lake Tahoe, supporting our local employers and employees with affordable workforce housing, and to mitigate tourism impacts that continue to grow and arise annually. The TBID will not only support our business community, small and large, giving our businesses a voice, but it's also going to, in turn, support our community members and give North Lake Tahoe local control of these funds, and who better knows the local needs than the locals themselves. The MDP for the TBID is well designed, and by following what is outlined, the North Lake Tahoe region is set up for success from the TBID and will create positive impacts for our communities. We understand and wholeheartedly respect the concerns stated today. This is a 5-year initial term for the TBID, and during that time, this will allow for us all to see the benefits and positive impacts it will make for our communities in North Lake Tahoe. It's worth seeing what comes from having local management and control of funds that are generated here and dedicated to stay here. Locally owned, locally generated, locally managed, and locally spent. The common theme is local, and that's what the TBID is here to do. Benefit and support the local North Lake Tahoe communities, businesses, residents, and economies. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further public comment, Chairman.
No further public. Is there anyone else that'd like to address the board? Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Chair Wygant. Nice to see you sitting in that seat. Board members, Supervisor Jones, nice to see you in person finally. Samir Tuma, President of the NLTRA Board, and I just have a couple of quick comments that I wanted to address. The first one has to do with governance and the public's opportunity to participate in how these funds will be managed. I invite any and all members of the public to apply to be on the various different groups that are going to be part of governing this. This isn't the NLTRA circling the wagons and we're going to make these decisions. We're actually, by as pointed out in the MDP, we will have various members of the community from different sectors, and there's going to be a lot of opportunity. We will be going through a process of defining these slots and reaching out to the community. So by way of today, I invite any community members to be involved, show up, and help us with the governance so you can have a say in what we're doing. A little bit about the benefits to the public and the local community. We recognize that there will be some number of dollars projected in somewhere in the $25 to $30 range per year that individuals will pay for that. But we also have to remember, for that individual, even if they're not a business or in other ways directly benefiting, there are a lot of things that we as a resort association do. Part of this is funding things like, everyone remembers last summer, all the trash was everywhere. Well, this will give us some funds to try to do that. The trails that get built over time, those are trails that are used by the community as well. So there's a lot of really good benefits to the local public, even if you're not a member of the business community. And the final thing that I wanted to address was the issue of timing. On the one hand, definitely resonates with me as a small business owner, having had our businesses impacted by COVID-19, that this is a challenging time. A couple of things that we've done. One is we paused for quite a bit of time because of COVID, which pushed the date out a little bit. Then as the dates were becoming into focus, we could probably go maybe as early as April, but we decided to push that off until July, come back to a peak time for the community. But the other thing is that we heard over and over as we're coming out of COVID is that the business community is very concerned about making sure that we have the ability to work with them to get business coming back. I know that people like to talk about we've got all the business we need, and that's certainly true for 4th of July and other big weekends, but you know, the whole state just opened up, and there's a lot of people going to be going a lot of different directions, yeah, quote unquote opened up, thank you for that, Supervisor Gore, but there's just going to be people going everywhere, and Tahoe is going to want its fair share of that, and so this puts us in a position to advocate for the community as we come out of a very difficult time.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Kirk Euler, Granite Bay resident and former Tahoe resident, Carney Lynn Bay. This board has, over a 2.5-decade, demonstrated commitment to the Tahoe Basin and its businesses through the creation of the North Tahoe Resort Association and the agreement that was reached on the utilization of transient and occupancy tax funds. And this board has a great history of being a good arbiter of what is the appropriate balance between simply trying to draw in new visitors that enhances the businesses and creating opportunities for recreation and other improvements in the basin that create incredible opportunities for the residents up there. This board has delivered tens of millions of dollars worth of projects that have been to the benefit of the year-round residents in the basin. And by continuing the partnership with the business community through this T-bid, but a partnership that gets at the historic deficiency that we've had with TOT, which is it does nothing to ask the day visitor to contribute to the traffic issues that we deal with, the affordable housing issues that we deal with, and all the rest. By continuing this partnership in the form of the T-bid, this board is continuing its commitment, its long-standing commitment to improvement in the basin that do benefit the year-round residents up there, particularly since this board partnered with the Resort Association and the businesses up there previously to make the commitment that if the T-bid went forward and if the businesses decided to move in this direction, this board was going to continue the TOT investment on the eastern slope in the form of additional affordable housing and transportation opportunities. I am confident this board will live up to its commitment to the Tahoe Basin, as this board historically has. I want to thank the Resort Association for their leadership in this, particularly Supervisor Gustafson for her leadership, not just as supervisor, but in the years leading up to her term on the board. And I think this board has an incredible opportunity to continue to keep the faith with the year-round residents in the basin. Thank you.
Thank you. Erin, going to wrap up for us?
Absolutely. If I may, Mr. Chair, I'd like the opportunity just to respond to a couple of the public comments that we received.
Sure.
I'd like to call on John Lambeth with Civitas. Specifically, John, I'm hopeful you can share with the board what is required and speak to the engineer's report that was referenced several times by one of our callers. And I think it would be helpful if you could clarify for the board why that's not necessary or needed in this case. Thanks, John.
Thank you, Erin. Thank you, Mr. Chair and board members. First, I do want to say thank you to Erin. I think, as all of you know, she is a tremendous rock star on staff, and she has been tremendous, really very helpful on this project, as has the rest of your staff, including County Council. As it relates to engineers' reports in particular, the law is clear on this topic that it is not required for this kind of an assessment district. In fact, there has been case law on point as well. Unfortunately, the case law that's been cited to you in some of the written comments and oral comments was off point in dealing with different kinds of assessment districts in this one. So there is no engineer's report that is required. And I'm happy to answer a couple of the other questions if you'd like, or we can wait and take those as you'd like to go. I'll defer to you, Erin, and board chair.
Thank you very much, John. The other items that I did want to cover, specifically there were references to some of the resorts really kind of dominating and making recommendations on how funds are spent. And I did want to make sure it was clear to the public as well as your board that in the management district plan on page 19, it specifically identifies the seats for the Resort Association board when it's reorganized. It does include 6 seats for resorts, but it also includes 10 additional seats for other business types, as well as representatives from our business association partners who do work, as you've heard today, directly with many of our small businesses within the basin and outside of the basin as well. We also have 3 non-voting advisory seats that will focus on workforce housing and transportation so that the board is being advised when it's making decisions and recommending things to your board that there are in fact subject matter experts there to help weigh in and provide that input. So I wanted to make sure that that was clear. I did also want to mention, as Samir Tuma mentioned, there are opportunities for the public to participate and sit in one of these seats. The Resort Association is also undertaking a process to reorganize itself in order to meet its commitments. It has formed an internal ad hoc committee currently and is in the process of determining at what point to expand that committee to the broader public and looking at working with a consultant to engage the community around the TBID as well as the Resort Association, its organization's configuration, in order to ensure that there is broad community participation, engagement, and representation from the various business types on this board or on the committees to ensure, again, that you have that broad cross-section making these recommendations to you. So I want the public to know that those opportunities are very quickly ahead, and they will hear a lot more about that. I would encourage those who have called in or submitted letters to reach out. I'm going to put you on the spot here, Jeff, to reach out to Jeffrey Hintz, the CEO of the Resort Association, in order to inquire about this process, as well as opportunities to participate as a member of the board. We've covered the engineer's report. I also did want to mention that while this is definitely a challenging time, we did receive a significant number of yes votes from businesses. So you've heard from businesses, a few business members that are concerned, but I did want to call out that despite the challenges, there were a significant number of businesses that voted in favor of the TBID for all of the reasons that you've heard about today, not just the TBID revenues themselves, but what that does in terms of freeing up TOT and our ability to invest those in housing, transportation, tourism mitigation services, economic development, and business development. And with that, I think that concludes my response to some of the comments, unless there's anything else I missed.
Cindy and then Jim.
First, I had a question, then I had some comments. The first question is, one of the callers talked about the disparity in the overnight lodging, the TOT tax between, and there was a reference that I think is incorrect, as well as an explanation that goes into why those were differential between the lakeside and the valleys. Do you want to
Yes, thank you.
cover that?
That would be great. So I believe Ann Nichols provided some initial feedback and clarified for your board that, in fact, yes, there are two different rates for lodging. There's Zone 1 and Zone 2. That's outlined in the management district plan. I did mention that in my comments. However, in the example that I gave to Supervisor Gore, I was focused on North Star, which is in Zone 2, that has a 1% assessment versus a 2% assessment, like businesses on the lakeside. So just to be clear, and before I depart this point, even if you are staying at a hotel in North Lake Tahoe within the basin where that assessment rate is 2%, if you add that to the 10, then you're paying 12. Our South Lake Tahoe partners are at 12 to 14%, and as I mentioned, in Truckee, it's 13.2. So you'd still be paying less, even if you were staying in the North Shore, than you would be in our other locations. But back to the point on TOT and the reason the rate, the T-bid rate is different in North Star and specifically Squaw and Alpine is because in Squaw and Alpine there is an existing T-bid there now. It's a 1% assessment. It's for microtransit services. North Star also has a similar, they do not have a T-bid, but they do offer transportation services, and there are fees associated with those services that are paid for by the residents in that community. So part of the discussions with the Resort Association and those business partners was to reduce that rate on lodging to 1% versus the 2% like businesses within the Lake Tahoe Basin, because people that reside in those communities or have businesses are already paying an additional 1% assessment. So that is why it's lower in the second zone versus zone number 1.
Thanks, Erin. And then if I could, I'll make a few comments. And because today's a history day up here, and Supervisor Holmes provided some history on another issue, I might have a little history on North Lake Tahoe. So I think it's almost been 40 years I've been working with the county to address things as simple as getting sidewalks built in Tahoe City. Started my volunteer service many, many years ago when I first met Robert. I was much younger then, and so was he. And in looking at and serving on the Tahoe City Advisory Council, or what was then became the MAC, and was our efforts in moving forward because our infrastructure was lagging, because the product we offered in North Lake Tahoe didn't match, the man-made product didn't match this incredible treasure, worldwide treasure that we have in Placer County, which is Lake Tahoe. So many of us came to the county and wanted solutions, and we asked for money, and the county said, well, in the wisdom of one of Todd's prior CEOs, Don Lunsford, predecessors, Tom Lunsford said, if you raise TOT, if you can get that passed, I'm going to allow your community to make those decisions on how that money is spent to address these deficits. And so with that extra 2%, we started down the track of building sidewalks, renovating our beaches that were county beaches, building bike trails, many, many of the other facilities. And so when a caller asked, why am I so passionate? It's because I was in the trenches trying to get those things built and trying to come up with a win-win where the community raised money but then had a say in where it went. So why am I passionate about this today? It's equity and fairness, that all business types will pay in to those services that they'll receive. And that's all businesses, not just lodging, because we have put the burden on overnight lodging to solve the problems of 50 years of lack of investment in infrastructure because of building moratoriums, because it's so hard to get projects done in and around the basin. So fairness and equity, local control, as a couple callers made. You know, we're not a city government, but having boards such as the Resort Association and the MACs allows us to have public input into what best works for our community. And it is very different than other areas of the county. And it will be very different starting tomorrow when you start to look at 5 to 8 feet of snow and being isolated from goods and services. And so, you know, I think we're a pretty strong bunch of people that don't want handouts, but we want to have some control of our lives and our future and our destiny. And the third thing was really talking about being competitive with other destination resorts. And when I say that, I don't mean in marketing dollars, I mean in product. When I go on vacation to other communities and I see their investment in public infrastructure, it far surpasses what we've been able to deliver. Those tourism master plans are about infrastructure in those communities. And because of building restrictions, because of many, many factors, we could go on for a whole workshop on that, we haven't had that opportunity to address housing, to deal with transportation that you would see if you went to Sun Valley or Vail or any of the other major ski resorts and industries. So really becoming competitive and in the same time making it nicer for those of us who live there, because we get to walk on those bike trails, because we get to play at that park and that playground. We benefit from all of these efforts. So when we ask for a small contribution from locals who will pay in, they are benefiting, and I'm convinced of that. And so when someone said, why are you so passionate? I am passionate about improving our man-made environment in Tahoe to begin to match the incredible natural beauty that we have. So.
Thanks. Jim.
Wow.
You have to say hold
I'm on board. No, thank you for this presentation, and it really is. I look forward to moving on to the next March meeting, so we can move this forward. I have one question though. I'm not sure. I might have missed something, but do I see Nick Martin back there?
You do. Okay. Yes. Nick Martin, my new management analyst, senior management analyst in the Tahoe office. Thank you for pointing that out. I was hoping for the opportunity to introduce him. So we're very excited to have him on board. You'll be seeing more of him in the upcoming months, hopefully upcoming years. No pressure, Nick.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Bonnie.
I don't think I have to add a whole lot more to what Supervisor Gustafson said, and you said it really well, Cindy. Just a couple of things. Somebody mentioned, one of the callers, about affordable housing and infrastructure, right? Well, that's what we need in the Tahoe Basin. We clearly need it, and this is an opportunity to help provide much needed funds that we have a huge gap. We have a huge gap to provide these world-class facilities that we don't yet have.
Right.
And I think that's so important. This isn't just about marketing, but it's really providing that needed infrastructure that the community deserves, that we need to provide for our visitors as well as our residents. And the other thing is, we've been talking about the impact of COVID on our business community. This is an opportunity, this is an assessment that business owners have decided this is important to assess upon themselves, so that we can actually continue to promote business and economic development so our businesses can survive post-COVID. It is so very important. It's challenging enough in the Tahoe Basin. It's been more challenging because of COVID. But if we can provide additional dollars to help support the business community, especially after COVID, I think that is so very important. And you know, I saw the value of a PBID, Property Business Improvement District, in the city of Roseville, in downtown Roseville on Vernon Street, and small little businesses voted yes to assess themselves so that they could actually bring in more business to their community, right, to the downtown corridor in Roseville, and it's been very successful. And the nice part is we have an opportunity to provide local control. The locals can decide where those dollars go. Then it frees up additional county dollars to help provide for that infrastructure. So I think this is a really good plan. I really appreciate the willingness of the business community to step up and make this happen.
Mhm.
And this isn't just about government making it happen. This is something where, once again, private-public partnership, working together to provide something really needed for this community. So I appreciate all of the hard work, and I think it'll have a very positive impact in the future.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore.
So well done, Aaron.
Thank you, sir.
Great comments, nicely articulated, Sydney. I just want to add that having served also with Don Lunsford, one of the things that emerged from such intense energy by you and other people up there during that era was that it became clear that the community wanted to feel comfortable knowing that revenues, tax monies that were generated from up there should be reinvested up there. And I've always supported that. I continue to support that. It's difficult to audit and communicate exactly, precisely how all that works, but I know, Todd, you've continued that, and all of this makes it easier for all of us to accomplish the great visions that you and others have brought forward, and I just want to throw in some support for that also. With that, I am in desperate need of adjourning to close and lunch, and so County Council, if you could announce closed session for us.
We didn't vote yet.
No action. I'll see you on March 9th. Thank you very much for your comments.
Just for the public, this was a public meeting for this purpose.
Right. Ready?
Yes.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider 2 items of existing litigation and 1 item of anticipated litigation.
Council, do I need to abstain from anything? Okay.
Was that a yes or no?
That was a no.
That was good. Good.
The board met in closed session to consider the following: City of Lincoln versus County of Placer. The board heard a report and provided direction. On Brian Carlisle versus County, the board heard a report. No action was requested and none was taken. Under anticipated litigation, the board heard a report on 1 potential case and provided direction. This concludes the report out of closed session.
Take up item 9, facility services, Auburn Courthouse re-roof and flue repair. Genevieve.
All right, good morning, or good afternoon, sorry, Chairman Wygant and members of the board. I am Genevieve Vargas, Senior Architect with Capital Improvements Division, and I'm here today to request the following actions. To award the Auburn Courthouse re-roof and flue repair to PMP Construction Incorporated of Applegate, California in the amount of $474,774. And to authorize the Director of Facilities Management or designee to execute a construction contract not to exceed $474,774 upon review and approval by County Council and Risk Management, and including the authority to approve any necessary change orders not to exceed $36,239, which is consistent with the Public Contract Code, and to approve a fiscal year 2021 budget amendment to establish the historic courthouse roof replacement capital project with a total project cost of $756,000 and cancel the general fund reserves assigned. On a little bit of background about the project, on November 17th, 2020, your board approved the plans and specs and authorized the staff to solicit bids for the Auburn Courthouse re-roof project and flue repair. The project consisted of replacing the failing roof at the 3 low slope porch roofs, an asphalt shingled roofing area, and the single ply roofing at the lower and upper dome catwalks, and rebuilding existing damaged flues. The scope of work also includes installation of fall protection and lead paint abatement in areas directly impacted by the project. Procurement Services released a bid solicitation on November 18th in accordance with the Public Contract Code. Bids were opened on December 16th, and 5 bid responses were received, and they're on the attached bid tabulation sheet. PMP Construction was the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. Per the transfer agreement for the courthouse between the Judicial Council of California and the county is responsible for operation and maintenance of all building equipment associated with the courthouse, subject to the JCC's obligation to reimburse their proportionate share of the cost, which is set at 77%. The JCC was notified in July of 2020 of the necessary repairs. Reimbursement from the JCC for its share of costs will be sought quarterly once the project begins. The project is exempt from CEQA, and the total project costs are $756,000, which includes the contract to PMP for $474,774 for their construction, and $281,226 for design, project management, design, and contingency fees. 77% of the total project cost will be reimbursed by the JCC, which is estimated at $581,958. And per the transfer agreement, and the remaining 23% will be paid for by the county. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Genevieve. Are there any questions? Seeing none, is there anyone from the public who'd like to comment on this or ask a question?
No public comment, Chairman.
With that, I'll bring it back to the board for action. It's been moved and seconded. This involves a budget amendment, so we need a roll call vote, please.
Gore? Yes. Holmes? Yes. Jones? Yes. Gustafson? Yes. Wygant?
Yes, thank you. Next is county commercial tenant affected by COVID-19 emergency. Farron Call.
Good afternoon, Chair Wygant and members of the board. I'm Farron Call with the Real Estate Services Division of Facilities Management. In September of 2020, your board authorized the Director of Facilities Management to waive or renegotiate rent for existing county commercial tenants experiencing financial hardship due to COVID-19 restrictions. I'm here today to provide an update and to request that the board extend that authorization through June 30th of 2021. To date, the director has waived $30,300 in rent for a total of 7 tenants. Since the stay-home order of March 19th, 2020, we've only lost one tenant who closed their business due to the COVID-19 restrictions. And we believe that this program has helped many, those tenants keep their businesses open, and we've received positive feedback on the program. We request that this be extended through June 30th, 2021, with a maximum of $50,000 to take into account that we may have additional tenants requesting waivers and that there may be fewer grants available to our tenants. Placer County is currently under the most restricted tier under the state's program, and we believe these restrictions are expected to continue for some time, whether it's under the purple tier or some of the less restricted tiers. The restrictions have limited revenues, either due to closures of certain business categories or the modifications that limit the amount of business that can be conducted by our commercial tenants. California residents are also frequently staying at home more and frequenting businesses less, which has also impacted the revenue of some of our tenants. Most of the tenants who have requested and received waivers are in the Tahoe area. The county has contracted with a vendor to fill the vacant business spaces in the Tahoe area to help stabilize that local economy. Granting the waivers and helping these commercial tenants keep their businesses open helps support that program and helps to stabilize the local economy. Keeping these spaces occupied by our tenants also benefits the county by discouraging loitering, vandalism, and it keeps somebody present on the property who can notify the county of any maintenance issues. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Farron. Any questions? I see none. Is there anyone from the public?
No public comment, Chairman.
Okay. Motion Gustafson, second Holmes. Sorry, I forgot that the last time. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Yeah. Thank you, Fern. Yep. Okay, item 10, Human Resources, amend the various sections, Placer County Code, Chapter 3. Kate?
Unmask for a moment. Kate Sampson with your Human Resources Department. Today I'm here to request introduction of an ordinance amending various sections of Chapter 3 of the Placer County Code to update policies and achieve alignment with some of our current labor agreements and recent classification updates, as well as current practice. Human Resources staff regularly reviews Chapter 3 for necessary updates. The edits before you today are largely administrative, including updates such as including gender-neutral language and updating classifications to reflect current titles and removing outdated language. The more substantive edits for your consideration include codification of our existing pre-employment medical screening process, as well as an addition of an exception to the nepotism policy to allow for district aides who support board members without financial conflicts of interest to serve via employment contracts with limited terms. Technical updates to reflect board-approved changes to some of our incentive pays for specific employees, as well as alignment with recent voter-approved changes to the role of the Civil Service Commission. So the changes are redlined for you in the proposed ordinance. I won't go through each one individually, but if you have any questions, I'm certainly available to respond to them.
Any questions? I see none. Anyone from the public?
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Ellie Waller, Tahoe is my backyard. I'm asking that you have a discussion on the nepotism portion for the district aid exemption and more compelling explain the power of the decision in the hands of the county council. It looks really bad for an approval allowing the BOS to make this decision if there is a perceived conflict granting a relative a salary and benefits. This may be the case with 2 of your current members. So why are we adding the paragraph for the exclusion of this district aide? The board bound by the definition of nepotism, meaning a direct relative? In my opinion, this opens the door for interpretation and chaos. It is way too open-ended. We need to have a robust discussion to better understand the ramifications of how this could play out. County code specifically states 3.04.080, no relative of an elected or appointed county official or employee may serve in or be appointed, promoted, demoted, or transferred to a position which a direct supervisor-subordinate relationship. Furthermore, from the Institute for Local Government, as with many ethical dilemmas, this is a situation in which there are compelling values. One set of values involves attracting competent, enthusiastic, and loyal employees to help the agency serve the community. Locating and hiring competent staff is a key responsibility of public agencies. Of course, most people also feel loyalty to their families. The other set of values involves avoiding the appearance of preferential treatment, improper influence, bias, and favoritism. More challenges can ensue once a relative is hired. I will not quote any more of that. April 15, 2019, Sacramento Bee article, nepotism investigations for questions for California state workers. The issue likely will continue to pop up more frequently than it used to, in part because former Governor Brown expanded the State Personnel Board's authority to investigate nepotism and publish its findings. Working with a relative is not illegal, and the state is not allowed to prevent coworkers from getting married. The underlying principle of these laws is the public employment decisions should be based only on merit. Hiring relatives is considered analogous to hiring individuals based on personal or political relationships, since the predominant factor appears to be the personal tie. Moreover, it can be inherently difficult or perceived to be so to evaluate objectively the competing qualifications of a stranger against those of a relative. More challenges can ensue once the relative is hired. There can be a perception or a possible reality that a family member or an elected official is not subjected to standards, possibility, or out of concerns that the elected official will take a dim view of the criticism. These dynamics can diminish the overall effectiveness of the organization. I ask that you deny this request for district aid. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comment.
Hi, my name is Natalie Grand, and this is Natalie Grand. Can I continue?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was calling because I would like to also bring to light, just like your previous commenter, that I'm very concerned because nepotism is being presented as current practice in this line item. This line item appears to be in conflict with the California nepotism laws, which prohibit use of a political position for the benefit of a direct family member, which I found very shocking that Shanti London was related to Robert Waystamp. The phrase, in the opinion of county council, opens the door to rampant non-compliance with state and local laws. I would like to know if the board is comfortable turning interpretation of laws over to one individual's opinion. Nepotism is defined as patronage bestowed or favoritism shown on the basis of a family relationship, as in business and politics. Please advise how Placer County Council members giving a job to a relative with benefits can be determined to be anything but nepotism. And I just want to let you know, many of us are watching this today, and we will keep this in mind for voting and let everybody aware of it. Your constituents are eager to hear your discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further public comment, Chairman.
Thank you. Pleasure of the board?
I wanted to see if Karen wanted to address any of the issues that were raised, the legal issues.
Sure. I guess I've never heard that interpreting the law was not part of my job description, but setting that aside, there are specific criteria under the Government Code 1090, which the board is aware is a conflict of interest that results in not only the individual who has the conflict of interest not being able to vote on an item, but the entire board. This is set out in law. The FPPC also assists if there is an issue regarding whether there is such a conflict. Honestly, that was added to shore up any concerns that this was too broad, as was the issue of adding independence. If the board wants to drop in the opinion of county council, I really don't care, because then we'll just send it to the FPPC, realizing, of course, that it could take months for the FPPC to respond. But I'm fine with that. The other thing that's important to realize that nepotism is not illegal in California. Nepotism is a policy. This issue did come up in discussion as to whether district aid contracts could be exempted from it. From the perspective of the law, they can, and I'll tell you why. One, these are discrete contracts of 1 year in length. Yes, it can be extended up to the term of the supervisor. The only one that supervises the district aid under the contract is the supervisor, but with the administrative oversight of the CEO. Every one of the contracts that a district aid signs requires that district aid to comply with all of the requirements, the policies and procedures that the county has with respect to workplace harassment and all other such policies. So when looking at it from the fact that it is in essence a political appointment to assist a board member, from the law, there was nothing to prohibit it. Now, if from a policy procedure, the board is not comfortable with making this exemption, the board can simply strike this and move on with the rest of the ordinance. It really is a policy decision now. I'm happy to answer any other questions that might clarify anything.
Bonnie.
Could you clarify the definition of dependent, please? The definition of dependent. What's considered a dependent?
A dependent is basically somebody who's financially supported.
It's on, but it's not up.
Shows on.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
all right.
better.
That's better. Yep. So a dependent is somebody that's financially supported, or when there's a situation of community property, for example, those are considered dependents. This is how you would do it on your taxes. This is what a dependent is. It's the best shorthand description I can give of dependent. So in other words, you couldn't hire if you had your husband and you were sharing properties and you wanted to hire your husband, you couldn't be, because he'd be considered a dependent. Same with, say, you have a son living in your house, you're supporting him, he would be considered a dependent. That's examples of dependent.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? For the record, I'll just state that Shanti Landon is not a relative of mine, which I think speaks very favorably for her.
I would agree with that. I will second that. Shanti, we love you. Sorry, I had to have a little fun there, Robert. So just to be clear, there was an allegation that this applies to several people. I don't know what that caller had to say about it, but my understanding is the FPPC has weighed in on the 1090 issue involved here and has said there's no problem because the individual is not a dependent.
That is correct, and that there is no 1090 violation if that individual was hired.
Okay. Well, neither of my aides are related to me either, Robert, and that serves them very well, I can assure you. But I think more importantly, I understand, and this is why we put it out publicly and take actions in public to make sure the public is aware that in this situation we may, if we choose to support this, allow that to occur. It's on a 1-year contract basis, and it would be moving forward with full disclosure on that. So I I don't have an issue with it personally, but I'll leave it to the rest of my colleagues.
Suzanne?
Yeah, I would just like to comment too. I'm an attorney as well, and some of the things that our callers mentioned. One mentioned merit, and where merit is involved, it has to be an employee who is part of the civil service, the competitive civil service arena. This is a contract position, and the contract is between the individual and the county. So it's not part of the civil service merit. And therefore, the word competition that they brought up, likewise, I can't talk with this thing on, end of the day. Competition is also something that they mentioned, which is not applicable here because, again, it is a contractual employment, and so there is no competition between the individual and any other employee or any other aide that works for any of us. Favoritism was something else that was mentioned, and favoritism is one of the intent of these kind of codes, is that all of the codes and laws, whether it's the Cal HR or the counties, the intent is to prevent any unfair advantage where we might promote or give pay raises or give bonuses, as well as the other intent is to prevent not unfair, but disruption in the workplace as a result of that unfair treatment. And so again, because this is a contract position, the supervisor cannot do any of those. They can't promote, they can't give raises, they can't give bonuses because the contract is between the individual and the county. So I just wanted to sort of dispel some of those points that they were making on the issue.
What is the pleasure of the board?
Can I make one more comment then?
Sure.
that might help with the disposition by the board. One of the things that the California Human Resources Code on nepotism includes the fact that all agencies who have not reviewed their policies in a number of years should review their policies and make sure that they are specific to their situations here. And part of the reason, it's my understanding, part of the reason for adding this particular section in here is because the code interchanges a district aide position that is a contract position, and they interchange it with civil service competitive employment positions. This is merely a clarification that separates out that district director or aide position from the rest of the competitive civil service employees in Placer County. So I would say it's better to be specific in your definitions and in your codes than it is to leave it vague and ambiguous as it was before.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I think one more comment, and I appreciate the clarification, and I certainly appreciate the interest in having this be changed. I think that there are legal grounds to do so. County Council has given us her legal opinion, and you certainly did the vetting first, Suzanne, and I want to be supportive of that. I think originally, my thought about nepotism was a concern, and I think there's always a concern with that in government. To your point, it's a contractual separate agreement. The district aides cannot be promoted to any other position, and if they wanted to get another position in the county, they'd have to apply for that position and go through the regular hiring process. So I know this is something important to you, and I'm willing to move forward with it. I don't love it, but I also want to be supportive of you and your district aide and what you believe you need to move forward to be successful as a supervisor.
That sounds a lot like a motion to me. Close.
If you've
Cindy.
made that motion, I'll second it. Bonnie, and I just want to also articulate, I'm doing it to support, your desires. I am concerned because we've had callers reflecting on all of us as a result of this, and I want to make it very clear, I am not hiring, nor have I hired anybody that's related to me to my aide positions, and I want to make sure that's clear to the public, because I think they do have a right to know and what those capacities are. That said, the district aides are our right-hand people, and they represent us in the public, and work many hours above and beyond a regular standard day. They're in having to be there by our side to get through a myriad of issues. So I know how invaluable it is to have people you trust in those positions, and that you are their sole supervisor in that situation, but that is what these aides contracts are for. And so we as board members do have the opportunity to select whom we want, and we're creating a more flexible policy here. I understand the public's concerns, but that's why it's being done very openly and publicly. So.
And I would add, the reason I asked about a dependent is because this individual is not a dependent of yours. And that is very clear. I certainly would not be appropriate for me to hire my son that's living in my home.
Or your husband.
Well, I wouldn't want to hire my husband. Oh gosh, I hope he's not listening. He has plenty of other things to do, so I need to make sure he's doing those things and not working for me. That's probably a better way to state it. So I'll go ahead and, yes, I'll make the motion.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you. And Kate, item B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Again, I'm Kate Sampson with the Human Resources Department. This afternoon, I'm requesting introduction of an ordinance to amend your uncodified schedule of classifications and compensation in order to abolish some obsolete classifications. Again, Human Resources conducts a regular review of the classification on the county's books and recommends to you abolishment of any that are obsolete. The list included in the proposed ordinance includes classifications that are not in use. There are no employees currently in those classifications. None of the classifications are even allocated to departments for use, and so it is our recommendation to you that they be removed from your list of classifications. I'm available for any questions.
Money.
Oh.
I see no questions. What is the pleasure of the board?
No public comment, Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Bonnie.
And I'll second, or was there a second?
And yeah, no, there's a motion by Supervisor Holmes and a second by Gustafson, which reminds me I need to be reminded to do that. And all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. That concludes our business for the day. We are adjourned. Thank you.